You ready to go?
Oh, yeah, there's somebody up there. So.
I forgot the frickin'. Damn it. I don't have the pictures of the trees. Yes.
Call the Wolfeboro Select Board meeting to order on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall, Wolfeboro. Okay, I don't believe we have any non-public tonight.
Yes, we do. We need to go in and look at minutes.
Okay,
And we have a legal
And
litigation pending.
That would be L.
okay.
Under L? Thank you.
Consideration of minutes of January 21st, rather, 2026.
Mr. Chairman, I have a change. It's on page 4, line 89. It's Mrs. Murray, and it says Mr. Shea and Mrs. Murray, and at the where it says Wolfeboro Waters, it should say Milfoil Committee.
Yep.
All right. Then on page 5, line 228, the motion, and I believe it should be moved by Mr. O'Brien to approve.
Correct.
To approve should be added to that.
Thank you for the catch. That's correct.
And that's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve his amendment.
Second.
I have one more.
Oh, sorry, John. I apologize.
On line 3, there's something missing on line 368, and that was when I asked Mr. Randall who told you to remove the cap, and there's a space there for 368 to put that in.
What page you on, John?
I'm on page 8.
Which line, John?
It's after 367, there's 366 you speak, and then 368 was the end of the conversation. But I remember asking Steve, who told you to remove the cap, and he didn't respond. So I'd like that to be put in there.
Just point of information. So your question and his response never made the minutes.
Correct.
I would move to table the minutes until we double check that. Did you see it in the video? Did you watch the video to make sure that it was there in that in that location during the meeting? Could it have been before? I don't know.
No, we were talking about the pipe, and I asked Steve the question.
Yes, I did, and I did respond to it. I did answer it, so,
Okay.
So you responded to it?
yes.
Okay. So what was your response so it can go in the minutes?
So that's not in the minutes, so it was Mr. Pinio and Mr. Senecal said to uncap it.
Is that the answer you asked for, Joe?
He can put that in there. I don't remember hearing it. That's good enough for me.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So remove to approve as amended. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, February 4th, 2026, regular meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
page 2, line 88. Attribution to myself, fees should be maintained for the facility. Delete the words to the facility. And I think that's all I had on those minutes. That was it. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 11, line 478, attribution to me. The sampling might be difficult during freezing period if water in November if the source of water was coming out of that pipe under pressure. Insert the word source of water was coming under pressure. That's all I had.
Mr. Chairman, I have on page 4, line 165, it should say the Friends want to raise money to purchase a Zamboni. the electric should be taken out because we were talked later on and came to the conclusion of the electric, but there were two proposals. So I'd like that out. And then on page 5, line 229, I do not understand 3 driveways can be a Class 6 road.
What page number?
That's on page 5.
229.
229, on page 5, 3 driveways can be a Class 6 road. I don't think 3 driveways are driveways.
Right.
A Class 6 road is a discontinued public right-of-way. So if people are in agreement, I would just put a line across through that and just not have that line.
No objection.
I'm wondering if it was 3 driveways can be a private driveway.
Well, if we could put private driveway there. I just want to get rid of Class 6 road.
Yeah,
Where's Randy?
You want it to say private driveway?
correct.
Should we check the video and make sure it says what it said? I mean, I'll do that. If people want, we can bring these minutes back.
Or, for the sake of expedience, where's Randy? Where's Randy?
Randy, Tatro.
Randy. Somebody throw a book at him. So there's somebody put in the minutes. Are you guys okay if I do this so we can just
Yeah.
get the minutes? Okay.
Yep.
So Randy, there was something put in the minutes which has your name next to it. I know. Lucky you. There was a conversation about the driveway off Witten Neck Road, Class 5, your words, Class 5 road, private driveway only to the owners, 29 Smith River Road. It says 3 driveways can be a Class 6 road.
No.
What were you
No, I
saying?
didn't.
What
No.
were you saying? Clarify the record.
Wolfeboro allows up to 3 lots to be serviced from a driveway.
Okay.
So after it's over 3, it's a private road, not a Class 6 road.
So,
Does that make sense to everybody?
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So it should say 3 driveways can be on a private road. More than 3 makes it a
Yeah,
Class 6.
actually, 3 can be on a shared driveway.
Shared driveway.
More than 3 would term it a private road, the way I understand it.
Some people may think we're dabbling in the minutia, but this is important because we're messing around with Class 5 and Class 6 roads, and we got to get this right.
But this is not, reason I want Class 6 out, we were not talking about Class 6 roads because that's a discontinued public road. And so we're talking about a private road and a driveway and a deeded easement. That's it.
That's right.
it. Thank you, Randy.
So 3 houses can be on a shared driveway.
Okay.
We agreed on the wording?
Yep.
Yep,
Anything
Move
else?
to approve is amended.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Public input limited to 3 minutes per resident, 15 minutes in total.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Black. I am a Wolfeboro resident, and I'm also the current regent of the Winnipesaukee chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution.
Hi, my name is Libby Shannon, Wolfeboro resident, and I'm the president of the Wolfeboro Historical Society that operates the Clark Museum.
We're here tonight just to update you on the patriotic events that are happening for the America's 250, that it's here. Here we are in 2026. This isn't going to stay, but anyway. First, I just want to remind everyone what Wolfeboro looked like during the American Revolution. We had it was a rural, rugged frontier with very thick forests. It was chartered on October 5th, 1759 by colonial governor Benning Wentworth. The first permanent settlers didn't arrive until 1768, and we were incorporated on August 21st, 1770. The population in 1773 was 165 residents. And in 1775, it had grown to 213 residents. But the first official federal census wasn't until 1790, and at that time, Wolfeboro had 447 residents. And just a note, our Clark House on the Clark property was built in 1778. and was part of a 100-acre working farm. And our Lakeview Cemetery up on North Main Street, their old yard contains burials from that era, including our town's oldest grave of Ann Parker, who died in 1786. Most of the Revolutionary War events did not happen in our town, but happened in southern New Hampshire, in Exeter and Portsmouth. But we do have a few notable things.
Okay. So some of the notables for Wolfeboro that I think everyone should bear in mind as we celebrate the 250th. Colonial Governor John Wentworth, a much-loved but prominent loyalist, depending on who you ask, constructed his summer residence here in 1769. He departed New Hampshire in 1775, eventually relocating to Canada before returning to England. The site is commemorated with a state marker. The Clark House, my favorite, of course, was built in 1778, and we just celebrated our 100th year of being a historical society operating that museum. We have at least 20 patriots of the American Revolution who settled here after the war and are buried here. And we have this in a trifold. It's very interesting. The most famous person that we think is a Tea Party participant, Samuel Knoll, and his grave and home are marked. Also my favorite, our bell in the town hall, Clark Tower, was made by Paul Revere's foundry, and I didn't know that until I joined the Historical Society. It was cast in Boston, and there is a brass plaque in the foyer that was rededicated by the Winnipesaukee DAR. And these are some things that we would just like everybody to keep in mind as we move into the summer and celebrate the 250th. And this is a few of the events that are lined up.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and the Historical Society, we've submitted some landmarks to the New Hampshire Historical Society's scavenger hunt, and it's located statewide in New Hampshire, obviously. And it's a mobile app, it's on a map, it's on a website, so people, tourists who come through Wolfeboro will really be taking a good look around to find our historic landmarks.
Several groups have gotten together, and we want to just share some events that will be happening this summer. And I gave you all a handout, and I'm just going to go through those. There are more in the works, but as of this date, on Wednesday, July 1st, there's going to be free admission at the Wolfeboro Historical Society from 10 to 4. On Thursday, July 2nd, the Wolfeboro Historical Society will be ringing the Revere Bell and have a little ceremony in front of the steps. On July 4th, there'll be a Declaration of Independence reading in front of the Town Hall at 9:30. And at 10 o'clock, the American Legion will host the parade. At 7 p.m. that night, there'll be a concert in Cape Park. And then at 9:15, there'll be town fireworks from Brewster Shore. On Sunday, July 5th, the Lions Club are hosting a car show at the Nick from 10 to 2. And on Tuesday, July 7th, there'll be a DAR, Daughters of the American Revolution, Revolutionary Plaque unveiling at 2 o'clock at the monument area. And we've hired a youth fife and drum band and the SAR Color Guard to join us. And also on Wednesday, July 8th, there'll be a nationwide Declaration of Independence reading at 6 p.m. And that date is important because that's the first time the Declaration was ever read out loud. They approved it on the 4th, but it had to be printed. And then a few days later, people actually got to read it. And I just want to thank the American Legion and the Lions Club and the Historical Society and the DAR for putting this together. But there may be some more events to come, but we just wanted to update you and ask if you had any questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Derek Brown, Libby Street. Just a quick one. In January, I requested a 91A, and I thought we should address it as a group of a better way to improve the process of requesting a 91A. And this is something I've experienced more than one in requesting a 91A in the case of working with Wolfeboro. So first off, I would make a recommendation that a working document be presented on the website of how to go about requesting a 91A. Because here's what I've found, and there's been a consistent challenge in doing so, and I happen to be kind of a computer person, so if I'm having difficulty, I'm saying it might be worth at least a look-see, okay? File formats. On 3 different occasions now, I've requested electronic delivery of a 91A. Virtually all text readers, email readers, I don't know if it's a server corruption that's happening. Files are coming through in hexadecimal data. For those that don't know, basically that means an unreadable format. Okay? Amy has been a big help in taking those files, converting them to PDFs so that they can be read. So I might suggest anything that gets presented in the form of electronic delivery be in PDF form. Number 1 is almost universally readable in today's technologies. Number 2 is uneditable in most cases, so nothing can be messed with. Part 2 of that request, in my personal 91A request of January 7th, all I received, and I'll tell you right now, I gave a bunch of email addresses and search word names, and I got back the 3 subsequent meeting minutes of the select board meetings that I'd already gone to. But I already know from the emails I have, there's more than that there. So I went back, and Jason at Block 5 was very helpful in communication, by the way. That was good. But I asked the question, I know there's more here, how do I get access to it? Well, you just have to tell me what you want. So here's what I did. I took everybody's town email address, and for some that I have their personal email addresses, and then I used the URLs of the test sites that I was inquiring about, and I used keywords that should be in those files, and I came back with the 3 subsequent meeting minutes. So I know Jason's frustrated at Block 5, but I'm sitting here going, okay, well, tell me how your search criteria works, and I'll get you what you need. So I'm just saying, as a public person that's familiar with computers and how databases search and such, just give us a working document and we'll make it easier and cheaper on everybody. And that's a very doable thing. Okay? Do you guys have any questions on, because again, I'm happy to provide input on how to go about that if you need assistance or any guidance. Thank you.
Hello, Timothy Goodwin, Wolfeboro Community Television. We're excited of what we're doing, the things that are happening with TV. I want to say to the history people and DAR, please connect with us, find sponsors for your programs, and we'll record and broadcast as much of that as we possibly can as well, because that's what we do. I'd like to introduce to you our our treasurer and now secretary treasurer for the board of directors, and he's going to tell you about our candidate night that we have scheduled for a week from tonight. Phil Holberton.
I assure you I won't take 3 minutes. Be very short. Hello, my name is Phil Holberton, and I currently serve as the Secretary Treasurer on the Wolfeboro Community Television Board of Directors. WCTV is a wonderful community resource as we live and record content to the community and its constituents. Various programs from the greater Wolfeboro area, including, but not limited to, these select board meetings that you're having like tonight, weekly promotion of events happening throughout town and the surrounding area. Next week in Wolfeboro, special meetings such as the recent New Hampshire Municipal Association presentation to the Budget Committee that was held in the library, as I recall. Is that correct? Next Wednesday, in this great hall here, Wolfeboro Community Television is hosting a Candidates Night Forum right here in the Great Hall. We will give each candidate an opportunity to introduce themselves and state their platform. And I believe there's a platform of about 3 minutes, as Timothy likes to refer to it, the elevator speech. And they will answer any questions the public may have about the candidates running for office. So as I understand, and Timothy has all the details in it, there'll be chairs, and there could be up to 25 candidates for all the various offices that are being run. They'll have chairs up on the stage. There'll be a microphone up there. You come and introduce your name and the office that you're running for, and then we'll do that for everybody, 25. And then by one, we'll invite them back up to give their 3-minute elevator pitch. Do I got that correct there? And there'll be no public questions. The people, us in the cheap bleachers here, we can come up and talk to you afterwards. And so we're not going to have public questions. Reason I'm here is we're hoping for sponsorships to cover the cost of these candidates' night event. So we're seeking anybody who wants to sponsor $250 for the evening. It'll be broadcast on the YouTube channel. At the end, you'll get credit for it, we need to register that by next Tuesday. So I have business cards. I'll hand them out to anybody who wants to consider it, and we welcome any sponsors to help us serve the community. Capiche? And I also want to tell you, our chairman here. What's that? Our board chairman is right here. He's backing me up tonight. And you're going to start to see more than just Timothy here, because Timothy has always been the face of WCTV. But as we sort of metamorphose into the next generation of where we're going, you're going to see a lot more of us board members being active and working with you. Capiche?
Anybody else want to talk to us at this point? Okay, I'll move on our agenda. Open a public hearing. The town of Wolfeboro to hold a public hearing on Wednesday, February 18, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Acceptance of unanticipated funds of an amount more than $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95B 3A to authorize the town of Wolfeboro to apply for lead service line inventory grant for reimbursement up to $60,000 for identifying the material of service lines and update a service line inventory for federal requirements. Steve?
Thanks, Dave. So this is the second one of these that we've been able to secure, and it's exactly what it is. It's a $60,000 reimbursement grant that helps us go out to catalog people's houses, the meters. We put some money in there to do excavation this time out at the curb stops to identify. So there's 3 spots we need to overall check for lead. 1 is inside, 2 is at the curb box, and 3 is at the gooseneck on the mains. Obviously, the mains are our last option because we don't want to just go digging up the road. So this helps cover that. Any outside people that we hire, consultants or services, this is a 100% reimbursement grant. And the last time we did it, we got about 10% of the town done. So it's been very successful so far.
Question?
Any questions?
Yeah, I do. So thanks for wanting to apply for it. What's the deliverable?
So we have to, each year from now on, we have to submit to DES what our system is. So anything that we have not put eyes on becomes classified as unknown. Within anything that's classified as unknown, we have 10 years to come up with a replacement plan. So we're trying to narrow down that unknown, because right now, of the, let's say, 2,400 services we have in town, we've inspected 10% of them. The rest of them are all classified as unknown.
And maybe I'm not hearing the answer. Maybe I didn't ask it properly. Is there going to be a piece of paper that we can look at that says, here's the gross list of things we needed to go look at, here's the ones we did look at, here's our findings? Is it going to be like column A, column B, column C?
Yes, unfortunately, it's a state form, so it's not as simple as column A, column B.
So it'll be column A, B, C, D,
correct.
G,
But yes, there is
but it's going to be lucid enough that
Yes.
we're going to have an because it says inventory here.
Correct. That's what's classified as inventory. So yes, we'll be able to say that, you know, for...
We're going to post that. People are going to be able to see it. They're going to be able to
We're not
understand it.
required to post it, we can post it, but right now, that's an internal document that goes to DES and gets uploaded in their stuff as we continue to do it. We will still have to send out the notices every year regardless of whether we've been to your house or not. That is part of the program.
Well, this is important stuff, water quality. You know, maybe at the time that the document is ready, somebody will want to have a discussion as to whether we should and shouldn't post it. But it seems to me that if we're going to go after a grant to inventory lead service lines, we ought to post it, and then we ought to have a conversation at some point as to what we want to do about it. That's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Brian?
So, Steve, a question. Are lines that were installed most recently exempt from this? There is a cutoff, isn't there?
Well, technically, the answer to that is no, but anything that we have done since I've been here, for example, this one, Green Street, we did service lines, everything right into the house, so we can take those off. Anything that we have records for that has been done over the last X amount of years, you know, maybe Pine Street, that section, things like that, we can cross off the list because we know. It's the ones we don't know. The vintage lines, the pre-1970 lines that we have, there's a bunch of them, but those are the ones that we're focusing on as far as that could have lead components. Nothing tests for lead. You know, we monitor this constantly. Nothing tests that way, but what it tests like and what it is are two different things. So it could be in there. So that's why we focus on these older vintage mains for replacements and for this inspection. That's where we started.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Somebody want to make a motion to it?
Move to approve the receipt of unaccepted funds in the amount more than $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95B3A to authorize the town of Wolfeboro to apply for and receive the lead service line inventory grant for reimbursement up to $60,000 for identifying material of service lines and update a service line inventory per federal requirements.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next one is Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, 6:30 in the Great Hall, 84 South Main, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Acceptance of unanticipated funds for an amount donated that is over $10,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95-B3A relative to a donations received as listed below and exclusive for repairs to the old Firehouse Community Center located at 32 Lena Street. $50 from Patricia Jones, $1,000 from Suzanne Bunting, $50 from Gregory Cameron, $5,000 from Todd Stolberg, $150,000 from the Vanderhayden Family Foundation. Anybody here to speak to that? Okay, board. John? You good? So we want to make a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept the unanticipated funds for the amount donated that is over $100,000 in accordance with RSA 31:95-B3A relative to the donations received as listed below and are exclusive for the repairs of the old Firehouse Community Center located at 32 Laner Street.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing February 18th, 2026 at their meeting. Begins at 6:30 in the Great Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Take public input on the fee structure to rent pickleball courts and other spaces at Foss Field Pavilion.
You want to kick it off?
Is Christine, yeah, there she is.
There she
Christine Collins, Parkinson Recreation Director. So I have before you the final draft, I hope, of the pickleball and basketball court fees. We went through and we adjusted the court per hour, which was $30 per hour. We then calculated that based on an 8-hour day. We figured out how much it would be for all 3 facilities. So then we came up with our tournament for the entire facility fee, which is $2,000 a day. And then we went through and we did a trash cleaning, stocking, and on-call staff fee, which is $168 a day. And then a security deposit of $100 a day, not to exceed $500, so if they're renting it more than 5 days. And this would help, so this is for a special event tournament. They would need approval from the select board to have an event there. And it would basically cover the cost for them to hold a private event so it wasn't open to the public. And when they are charging for the use of it. Any questions, concerns? Yes.
I have only one concern, and I just caught it a little while ago. Why is it not being able to be utilized for religious? If a church wanted to come in and run an event for their congregation.
So that was something we copied from, we had for the community center, for, it's on all of our forms, so we just included it. But I mean, I looked at that too, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. So I don't know. So if we need to revisit that, but when I looked at all of...
I'll take it as if we got an issue, we revisit it. I don't want to change all the rest of it. I just...
Yeah, because it's on for all of the rental forms that we have.
I think we should take a look at that. I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure
Okay.
that we can do that. Okay.
Move to approve.
Anybody else anybody from the public?
And the public has to go first.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay, we have some temporary event permits. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, February 18, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider temporary event permit for the New England Lyman Boat Group to host a boat show at the town docks and community bandstand on Saturday, June 13th, 2026, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Set up at 7:30 a.m. Permit number 2026-10.
Hi, I'm Betsy Bryant. I'm on the board of directors for the New England Lyman Group and the board co-chair. We're looking to do basically the same thing we've been doing for several years. We seem to have a good turnout. People seem to enjoy it. Any input or questions? I'm here.
Just one. How many years? Do you know?
This is the 26th.
Way to go.
Roughly speaking.
Yeah, love it. Love it.
Okay, any questions? Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the New England Lyman Group to host a boat show at the town docks and community bandstand on Saturday, 13 June 2026 from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Setup time starts at 7:30 a.m. Permit 2026-10.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next one is the Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, February 18, 2026, 6:30 to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Historical Society to host a Ring In 250th event, July 2nd, 2026, from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. at 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro Town Hall, permit number 2026-11.
Hi,
Again, Libby Shannon, Wolfboro resident and president of the Wolfboro Historical Society, and
Bruce Marinell, Public Works, hardworking Public Works Department for Steve Randall and Steve Pesci.
so the Wolfboro Historical Society requests approval from the Board of Selectmen to ring the town bell that's located in the clock tower. We would like to ring it on July 2nd. That is the day that the Continental Congress actually declared independence from Great Britain. So it's disputed that that is the real Independence Day. We would like to ring the bell 25 times, which is one chime for every decade that we have been United States. And Bruce can speak to how he would override that. I just thought it was really neat that it was just an idea. I just wanted to make noise. I did not know the bell was made by Paul Revere, so in learning all this, I just thought everyone would really enjoy that. And we're just going to set up out front with some refreshments and do that, and we'll have a proclamation and just we'll hopefully kick off the 4th of July weekend. So if you have any questions for Bruce or...
Yeah, I can pull that cable 25 times, I hope. I'm up there every Tuesday winding the clock. If you didn't know, I do know where the bells are and how they work. If you got any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Mr. Chairman?
Paul?
I presume you're going to promote this pretty actively?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty loud,
in
so
these days
everybody
and
will know.
times, it's a terrible thing. It's in these days and times, somebody may think that all hell's breaking loose here, you know, so, you know, I hate to even think that way, but, you know, promote the living bejeepers out of it, and you'll have to get more beverages for people to drink, and that would be great.
So I'll put it on our website, and we'll put an announcement in the newspaper, and I will put it on Facebook.
We'll blast it out here too, but tell everybody.
Mention that this is going in the Park and Rec newsletter.
There you go.
That's coming out in end of March.
Tell everybody.
So we're trying.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions?
One is by land, two is by sea.
You want a motion?
Yes, please.
I move to approve the Wolfboro Historical Society to host a Ring in the 250th event on July 2nd, 2026 from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. at 84 South Main Street, Wolfboro, New Hampshire, permit 2026-11.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you all looked at your watch. It went off at 7 o'clock, right on the dot.
Don't be late.
All right, next, the Wolfboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Kingswood Regional High School to host the 2026 High School Promenade in Cape Park and Community Bandstand on May 29th, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. permit 2026-13.
Good evening. My name is Bree Famulari, and I am one of the class advisors for the class of 2027. I'm here to request a permit for our semi-annual promenade at Cape Park. We've taken the necessary steps to ensure a smooth and safe event. We've already submitted our insurance binder and arranged for the presence of 2 police officers during the event. This cherished tradition serves as a gathering point for our community, celebrating our high school juniors and seniors. At Cape Park, they'll have the opportunity to take photos, hear their names announced as they cross the bandstand, and enjoy the camaraderie of their peers. The promenade concludes as the students board the Mount Washington. We appreciate your consideration for our request, and thank you for the opportunity to present this. I do, however, have, there's 2 amendments, I guess, that I would like to see if we could change on the agenda. It says that our prom is happening on May 29th. On all of our paperwork that we've submitted, it says May 9th, which is our actual date.
Okay, so May 9th instead of the 29th?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then also on the agenda, it says 6 p.m. to 6:45 p.m., and we would love to amend that to 5 to 5:45, if possible.
Do you want to ditch the 6 to 6:45? and
We
start
will
at 5?
already be out in the middle of the lake by that point.
Probably not a bad idea to ditch
Yes.
the 6 to 6:45.
Yes,
Okay. So 5 to 5:45?
5 to 5:45, yes, please.
Can't hang around for another hour, so some people can not say.
We got to be back by 9.
All right, 5 to 5:45 it is.
Dave, you want a motion?
Yes, I would.
Okay, move to approve a temporary event permit for the Kingswood Regional High School to host the 2026 High School Promenade in Cape Park and Community Bandstand on May 9th, 2026, from 5 p.m. to 5:45 p.m., permit number 2026-13.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the bulk vote. This includes weekly manifests. And we only have one of those, looks like. Yeah, we can, but I want to get this first.
Thank you.
Okay? I think we only have A.
That's correct. It's just that.
Yeah. Somebody want to make a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the bulk vote. The weekly manifests, February 5th, February 6th, February 12th.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have one more, let's see. Okay, I had a request to move the Zamboni replacement, Friends of Pop Whalen, up to this next slot because Victor has to go to another meeting. So Victor, are you here?
Good evening, everyone. Victor Druin, Friends of Pop Whalen. Just wanted to let you know that we're just issuing a letter of intent. We're informing you that our intent is to order and purchase a new Zamboni, electric Zamboni for use at the Pop Whalen Ice Center. The intent is to place the order this week and do the deposit with a November delivery date is what they're currently quoting us. So that's it.
Thank you, Victor.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Question?
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Victor? Victor? If somebody were to want to make a donation to your effort,
Sure.
how do they do that?
So it would go to Friends of Pop Whalen, P.O. Box 1140, Wolfeboro, and just put Zamboni or any friends, any donations that go to the Friends are intended for use for Pop Whalen. So
Thank you very much
we
for
think
what
that
you're
there could be, certainly other things to come. So
Thank you.
yeah, just part of the history. There was, when we redid the POP, the two items that were not replaced, that were left, we were told we had 5 to 10 years on the Zamboni. We got 5. We were told we had 15 on the chillers, 15 to 20 on the chillers. So, so those are really the two items that were not brought up to new when the building was renovated. But anyway.
Would you mind just telling the people about the two different types of machine and the one we're going to order?
Yeah, so we did it, and we worked pretty closely with the town. So we had conference calls we looked at the three. There's really 3 manufacturers. There's Zamboni, who's really the standard, the Olympia, and then the Mammoth is a new brand, which is really a pretty technical type machine. It's like buying a Tesla when they first came out. So it's very computerized. It's more money. The Zamboni is essentially the brick. So we basically went with a Zamboni. The options were propane or electric, and certainly, just from the feedback from the meeting that you guys had a couple weeks ago, it came back that the town would prefer that. We think for various EPA reasons, that's probably the right way to go. just down the road. If the EPA, we could use either today, and probably likely for the next 10, 15 years. So, but in 10 or 15 years, if there's EPA rules, we'd probably be in a spot where we couldn't either get rid of it when it came time. I'm sure they'd grandfather it through, but anyway, that was our options. But we had Zamboni on the phone, the Parks and Rec Department, Brian Paul, Christine, Scott, Bo, myself, and we basically went through every option, figured out this is a need, this is a want, this is items that are helpful, these create some energy efficiencies, these don't. And so really from that, we've got a pretty good list of options that we want and that we'll be purchasing, and we should be in really good shape. So anyway, but yeah, we did a fair amount of homework on it, but I think we're in good shape.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
You want to do Randy?
Jeff McGinnis. Paul, just to follow up and add to what Victor was saying, for those who wish to donate, popwheeling.org will have all the information about the campaign and where we are with our fundraising, and we'll accept credit card donations there as well. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a appointment, Derek Brown. We'd like to try to keep this to 15 to 20 minutes if it's possible.
I will scale this like the public input earlier on for about 15. I'll do my best, I promise. Good evening. I thought I'd kind of, Derek Brown, friend of the public. Somebody in this last few weeks had asked me, you know what, you maybe should take a moment and say, who the heck are you? I was ironically reminded on Facebook this morning, are you a native? So I'm going to answer that question here. My name is Derek Brown. My family immigrated here from Canada in 1963. My mom was a hairdresser her whole life on Libby Street. I grew up here, went to school here, went away to college, have an engineering degree, licensed contractor in the state of Massachusetts. I'm currently back here rebuilding the home I grew up in. But my wife reminded me last night really why I'm here, so I don't get credit for this. We had something happen in our family when our kids were young in a daycare that was real scary, and we got out just in time. A couple months later, someone else didn't. And what did we learn from that? You don't walk away, because you'll live with what you've walked away from. So, to remind anybody that's listening, I'm not walking away. I saw what happened on Libby Street. That's why I came back here. I see it continue to happen. I don't do real well with watching people I know get affected and their families get affected by things that can be done better. I'm not going to bore you with any more details. So, two components this evening, and again, I thank everybody for your time, and I welcome anybody to reach out directly if they would like any documents or proof of what I'm describing. I'm happy to provide. First topic is Forest Road. First off, thank you, Steve Randall, for coordinating, making sure we all had the right information to talk about this.
If I may, on that note, as I was going over my notes, one of the numbers I sent you, I transposed the second digit.
I thought you did. That's okay. It's all good.
Instead of 765, it should be 735 that was spent, and 265 returned back. So as I was sitting here and I was going through my notes, I realized I transponded those. So
no worries. And that's close enough for government work.
Well, I was trying to be as transparent.
As long as the 765 isn't millions.
Well, okay, so here we go. If possible, and I know that this is kind of a impromptu question, it's actually to Ms. Murray. If you had to describe in like 2 sentences, what was the purpose behind the warrant article for the Forest Road Sewer Extension? As a chair of the Waters Committee, what would your quickest?
It wasn't done by the Wolfeboro Waters Committee.
I understand that, but as a Waters person?
Either I can answer it or you can tell them my answer. I'd like to be able, if you want me to,
go ahead.
I will go through. It was not by Wolfeboro Waters. It was built out of looking at that area over many years. In January 2017, we had Underwood Engineer do a study of the nutrients going down into Cary Beach. And we followed by doing the Cary Beach project, which got 76% of the vote. It was to redo the parking lot and deal with water quality. And at that time, we put a pipe in to connect to a future Forest Road sewer line. We were having cyanobacteria outbreaks both at Cary Beach. The first one was in 2018. There were also in Jockey Cove. And we were looking, we also had some failed septic systems in the area. And our thought was that that area would be better off on a sewer system because it takes the effluent away and the nutrients from the area. They're processed at the treatment plant. If you have it in a septic system, as the fluids come out, the household contaminants are in the soil. So we were looking at that. We were looking at protecting the lake. That was, and it was not a decision of Wolfeboro Waters. That's another committee looking at it very differently.
I understand.
I'm telling you as a select board member.
I understand that. You're involved heavily in both, so I just wanted your professional opinion of why it was done. So thank you. Dave, I can get part of that time back. It was more than 2 sentences, right? Anyway, that's okay. Thank you. The reason I asked the question, I'm trying to figure out what we learned from this process. E. coli has not been identified as what kind caused these problems. So for the taxpayers listening, and for those that have had tax increases, I being one of them, I might add 50% for those that think they got it bad. But I'm not complaining. It's still cheaper than Massachusetts. So, in the fall of 2022, a $1 million warrant article was constructed, presented to the deliberative session of 2023, and passed. In the fall, September of that same year, a contractor was picked and designated as the builders going forward. In October of 23, work started. Okay? What's interesting to that point is by the fall of 2023, they still didn't know the source of the E. coli that was running into Jockey Cove. So DNA tests were done to show the only results they could confirm is it was both canine and bird. But keep in mind, our money really hadn't been spent yet to fix the septic systems that were part of the suspected problem going into Jockey Cove. And there's plenty of documentation to prove that. Several of those people are sitting here tonight. But we still move forward spending that money. That's the point I want to make. So, going into last summer, those that sat through a very lengthy presentation I made about this process here, I worked with somebody on the budget committee to find out how much was spent on this entire project. And the number at that time, when the file was, I'm going to call it closed because I'm not a budget person on the budget committee, that number was $985,000 of the $1 million. So there's $15,000 left. Why is that important? In December of 2025, so this system has been in place now for over a year. The town manager sat here and said there was $230-ish thousand left on that project that was going into, I forget which fund, I can probably ask Ms. Ryan, maybe the board knows, that money went into some fund. So immediately I'm thinking, and I got on texting right away, where did this come from? There was only 15,000 left. How do we have 230? Well, the town manager made the statement, we passed on the engineering oversight for this job. What do you mean you passed on it? It was already budgeted and approved to be in there. They didn't use it. So I'd like to know what's being done with that money, because if anybody even read Jeff Owings' article from Forest Road or has sat through some of these presentations, we could have used the help, or we could have used that money to buy that engineer that many people in the town think we need. And we took a pass on that. I'd like to understand why. That looks like reckless use of our money to me. So, again, I really want to point out that we had an opportunity to have extra eyes on this, and it wasn't taken. And I appreciate Mr. Randall's letter. He wrote a nice letter to me describing the questions and the support of what ones are hooked up, and I really do appreciate that. But as it points out, he's had some difficulties on the system. And my question is, as a taxpayer, there was money there to maybe help alleviate or minimize any of those concerns, but we didn't spend it. But the town borrowed it. This board was responsible for that. Now, during the completion or implementation and completion of that project, certified letters were sent to all the people along that process, on those addresses. 3 of them, okay? And those letters, and again, I'm going to generalize so I don't bore everybody with the details, but the generalization is, if your system's in failure, you're going to, when this system is complete, if your septic system is in failure, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, is within 60 days you will hook up. Or we will hook you up and charge you. It also said if your system's not in failure, you're fined for 365 days. Again, please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Or we will hook you up. Or if you try to take a pass on this and we're going to put a lien against your house and you will have to hook up before you leave. So all those things are in the letter, so everybody was told what the playing field looked like. Now, I can tell you specifically, all of those letters cost the town, each of them, and this might seem minimal to you, $9 per letter for a certified letter to go out. Well, guess what's on this certified letter that's everyone has ever got one? The return receipt that's supposed to go back to the post office to confirm somebody actually got it is attached to all of them. There's no way to prove anybody got a certified letter from the town of Wolfeboro. Now, why was it significant to me? We had a property challenge on our street, on Libby Street, with a homeowner building something that was not following the guidelines of the planning board, and a site visit was planned, and several of the people in this room were on that site visit, including me, where we walked up to the house and the homeowner said, "What are you guys doing here?" And he said, "I didn't get any notice." Well, guess what? I know why. He couldn't prove he ever got a notice. This has been going on in the town of Wolfeboro for several years. You don't even find out if the letter has been delivered that you spent the money on for the post office. So again, Steve, I mean it. Thank you for the detail. We've got several people of the 19 that were supposed to be signed up, hooked up, whatever term you want to use, on that Forest Road extension. Only 7 are hooked up. I know there's been a lot of misinformation floating around. They're all set. Everybody's hooked up. There's 7 of the 19. But our money's spent. I can't emphasize the curiosity I have in that. Okay, that's Forest Road. Now we get to talk about the town docks. I'm going to start with you, Mr. O'Brien. Hello, you awake?
Here.
Okay, good, good, good.
Paying attention.
Okay. So, in the Conway Sun, you were quoted, "You need to find out the source of this stuff. Where's it coming from?" Have you gotten any answers?
No.
Okay. You still asking the questions?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Actually, the Conway Sun they didn't take liberties. They actually quoted me directly because I used the word SH and then there was a...
I blipped that out. I put stuff on this.
I appreciated you doing it. And as recently as the minutes that we just approved, in those minutes you'll find I'm still asking the same question. Find out where the source of the stuff is coming from. Okay?
All right. Mr. Senecal. Well, Board of Health Officer for the state in Wolfeboro, and if I am incorrect in that, then please correct me. Did you file any reports to the DES with this process?
No.
Okay. Appreciate the honesty on that. Steve?
Yes.
What, did you report or make any filings with the DES?
We did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next one.
Well, actually, Derek, I have been in contact with DES quite a few times on this matter.
Right. But in terms of any formal reports, no?
No, because I can respond if you'd like, or we can wait.
Sure.
So part of the reason for that is I haven't been able to get, you have the test results, I'm assuming. I haven't been able to get any other positive test results to report. So that's what's changed this a little bit for me personally.
Okay, thank you. The next one is actually, and I request until I ask, Brian, I'll ask you what I want to have an answer from, but it's more directed in your direction here. Mr. Deshays has made several public comments that I have been passing misinformation. So I want to address that.
Okay.
On November 7th, myself and John Thurston met at the town docks. I was working on a job on Pleasant Street, and I took a break because it was a beautiful day. I went down there. For those that heard this already, I apologize, but I said I'm going to take my time and go down and have my lunch at the docks. So I took my lunchbox and walked down. I saw John down there. We started talking. There was this god-awful smell. We both looked at each other. What the heck is that? And we went looking, and we both lay down on the ground right on the water's edge and looked under because we could hear the water pouring. And it was coming out of this pipe that I think everybody now knows about, okay? And at that point, because of my Forest Road involvement, for those that, again, that have heard this, I apologize, but it is relevant. I know that there's a number of people that aren't very happy with me, and I'll just say, I don't care. I got the hell out of there because I was going to represent a potential problem in John's credibility. Because honestly, I got treated like crap. And I think Mr. Senecal knows what I'm talking about when I made a presentation on Forest Road here a year ago. And we don't have to go there. So I thought, for the better of this whole thing, it must be a personal thing. It must be me. So I'm going to step away. And as John made the call to Steve's team, Jim Pinio, I said to John, I'm getting the hell out of here because I don't represent good with these guys. So I left. And you didn't even know I existed on this until January 7th. But here's what I've learned. He got treated the very same way. So it wasn't me. Culture, Mr. O'Brien, culture. So tests were done. John started asking the questions, what's going on? He wasn't getting any answers. And by what's going on, a test was done, results went somewhere, but we don't know what they are. In December, a visit was made. I think the first one was by Steve. Find out what this building, downtown grill area, what was happening. Because this pipe looks to be coming from there. A camera was run up there. Didn't find anything substantial, possibly rodent. That was the first thing we heard. It's probably rodent. You didn't smell sewer, nothing for you to see here. Now, honestly, I'm just going to read this because I think it's relevant. For those that aren't comfortable with this, I apologize. The first thing being, for those that aren't, Steve, I'm sure you know, so I'm going to leave this one. There's an easy way to tell the difference between rodent, bird, and human feces. Rodents smell musty. Bird have, if it's hugely concentrated, almost ammonia-like. And while we, like it or not, want to admit it, kind of know what human feces smells like. And there was no mistake in this. And if you can't tell the difference, maybe think about a different kind of line of work, because I've worked around those things and it's pretty easy to tell what's what. So Brian, it's not Bird, or it might be now, but it wasn't. And I'm not asking for an answer from you yet. So the reality is, eventually we got test results. Way too late. Because again, keep in mind, this happened at the beginning of November. That lake in that boat area was still very active. Very active. With boats, with people in the water. Now granted, it's not swimming season, but getting in and out of the water with boats, they were there, right next to that ramp where that stuff was pouring into the lake. I'll remind what Michelle, I think her name was Michelle, at Eurofin stated. The question was asked, how could you get, I'm jumping ahead because once we got the results actually, which were greater than 2,400, the question was asked, how could you get levels higher than this? The only way to get higher than this was straight out of the water treatment plant for sewage. So, okay. Now, another question came up, and Luke Freudenberg actually answered it on the night of the 7th. He came in at the end of round 2 public comment and said, I remember talking about that pipe with the town as well. Yes, he was. We made one error, though, in the timeline that we got corrected on, and I'm going to call it divine intervention, guys, because a lady posted on Facebook saying, hey, what's with this pipe? And that thread took off, and that happens to be one of the threads that Mr. Deshays made it a point to say I was spreading misinformation. And Luke Freudenberg's, one of his workers, actually commented, we redid that boat launch downtown 5 years ago. I remember smelling that pipe and wondering, what the heck is that? That's awful, and it's going straight into the lake. Well, that thread took off on its own as well. Well, let me fast forward from January 7th to my Valentine's Day gift on Saturday morning of this week. John calls me, John Thurston, to say, you wouldn't believe what just popped up in my photos memory. And it's a picture of Luke and his worker at the town docks when they reported this, which was actually Valentine's Day 2018. So we're talking even longer ago. So now we start thinking about when was that building done, what permits were pulled, for what kind of work in that basement, because clearly there was something done there that was not in line with what was there. There's people that will not come forward because of retribution, pure and simple. That's why I've been asked to read my own little bio of who the heck am I, because we don't dare bring this up because we will be attacked for this, and we're business owners. This is what we're dealing with in Wolfeboro. So when I say I'm a friend of the public, that's who I'm a friend of. So, lastly.
What? Can I answer the...
No, you can't.
No,
I haven't asked you yet.
Let him get done, please.
So, then I took the next direction, and I'm going to have Mr. Thurston decide if he'd like to add or go later. Totally up to you, John. I started researching what is required of the DPW director, or I could just say in general speaking, town officials, state-appointed Board of Health officer. By law, you're required to make reports to the DES. Anybody that's been to Cary Beach when there's been E. coli in the water, DES doesn't care if it's duck, porcupine, whatever it is, it's a problem. And if it's in a public waterway, public access area, it needs to be shut down. It needs to be notified. Anybody that's been to Cary Beach in August has seen those signs. Well, what didn't happen at the town docks at Ground Zero, where there's all kinds of people messing around in the water and getting boats in and out? Nothing was notified. No reports went to DES. Legally, you were supposed to do that. What if somebody with an illness got in that water and got an infection? And then it was found out the E. coli was off the map. Dave, that's a big deal. I have my own opinion. I think it's time to have a new Board of Health director or officer for the town that can do these things diligently, because it's a big deal. I'm sorry to drop that bomb like this, but these kind of things, this day and age, they shouldn't happen. They don't have to happen. What we do know is originally there was no sump pumps in that building when the first test or check of the building happened. Nothing for us to see there. Then there was one with some other kind of pump that nobody wanted to talk about. I think, and again, please correct me, Steve, the last visit that you actually were part of, there was it 3 or was it Dave that found 3? One of you, 2 or 3?
3 holes,
Gotcha.
1 pump.
1 pump, gotcha, thank you. So something was either changed, somebody got a heads up to fix something, something was redirected, something changed. Well, don't give me the funny look, Brian, because the reality is you have some legal issues now you got to figure out how to backpedal on, because violations have happened. Anybody have any questions for me, please ask. John, would you like the floor?
I'm gonna allow things to go on. Steve's gonna talk about the pipe in a little bit.
Thank you.
Can I just,
Hang on a minute.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I just,
Brian?
Yes. So what I consider misinformation is when someone is assuming they know exactly what's happened in a building when they don't have any facts on what construction was done there, when it was done, how it was done, why it was done. There's a couple of things about that building. One, both of those buildings were substantially renovated. When they were substantially renovated, they had to have inspections by our prior code enforcement officer for everything that had happened there. So I look at this. I can't think of any reason why either of those buildings would put effluent in a pipe going out of the building when they have a sewer line that's hooked up to the front. There's no financial benefit to it because they're not paying for sewer water going out. There's no solids, paper, anything else in that effluent water. So it's not sewerage. That's misinformation when you claimed 100% that it was sewerage, that it was a sewerage line draining into the lake. When it hasn't been proven yet, and we've done investigations and haven't seen it, now could it be? There's a slight possibility, but there's nothing that's been proven. So if you say something that hasn't been proven, that's speculation. Let me continue. It would help when you came before us if you were kind and you gave us the questions you were going to ask so that we had the ability to find answers for you. Because when you come and ask questions and we don't have answers and we haven't had time to find answers for you, it becomes a one-way conversation. Instead of being able to say, oh, this is what's this is what's that. I also know that there's vendors that have been by that site for 20 years, and I've spoken with them. They said they've never smelled anything. Now, that's speculation. That's somebody's nose. If you have a nose that you can smell all sorts of different kind of feces matter and know exactly what it is, then you're an amazing individual, because most people couldn't do that. And that's not a scientific study for sure. I don't think that would stand up anywhere in court that I smelled it, sir, unless you're a bloodhound, and their noses do stand up in court for 5 years. You're not a bloodhound. So I would consider that that's not something that would stand up in court. I smelled it and it smelled. I can smell low tide, and that smells terrible. I can dig in Weirs Beach, and the organic matter there smells terrible. I can smell the perimeter drain that comes out of a house, and that decaying organic matter smells terrible. So that's just questions I have. So before I publicly post that I know that it's sewage coming out of a building into the lake and I can tell that it is that 100%, I would make sure that I know. that I had seen it myself, that I had a report from a building expert that saw where the pipes were, what was coming out, how it was coming out. Now, with regards to the sewer line on Forest Road, I agree that that's never going to make money for the town. I do agree that it was good to create a way for us to collect all the effluent and waste from our new bathhouses. I do agree that there is a house on Cary Beach that has a failed system that needs to be hooked up. And on the Narrow, where there are houses, I do believe it's better for the lake to not have septic systems there, especially older ones. And that's why we have sewer all along all of Sewell Road. We're never going to get back the money for all that sewer on Sewell Road, but to collect that waste, to keep it out of the lake, is important. Also, the money that was spent on that project also included Varney Road.
Understood.
Now, Varney Road had houses, again, with failed septic systems on them that probably had effluent running downstreams into the Frog Pond. So that was the reason to put that. Are we ever going to get our money back from the is it 6 houses, Steve, on Varney Road?
I'm not asking to get your money back.
So, but it's necessary to keep the lake healthy in that area. So, again, what would be I look at things from this point of view. The business owner that owns that business, what would be his benefit from piping it 2 different ways instead of one way and having all of his effluent go right to the sewer line? That's more money for him to pump and add more pumps, add more lines, this, that, and the other thing. So what would be his benefit for ease? What would be his benefit financially? There's no financial benefit for him to do that because he pays for water in, he doesn't pay for sewer out. So he could put as much water into the sewer line as possible, and it's not costing him any additional money.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Hold, let me finish. So I'm hoping that if and when we get an inspector to come from DES, that we will look at those buildings and we will find out exactly what is going on. I haven't been in there. All 5 select board members want to visit it and see it ourselves. We are continuing to test. We are going to be probably cammering and excavating again in the spring. We're not neglecting what's going on. What I find neglectful was that something was found in November and it wasn't brought to me for months.
Who should you go to for that? What's that? Are you praying? What are you doing?
John, and you knew about it. Why wasn't the board known?
Okay, there's where you're wrong. And I'm going to describe specifically
well,
where
hold on, I'm not done.
No,
I'm not. Well, no, I'm not done.
It's my time.
No. It's
my time, Brian.
No, I'm not done. It was my turn to talk.
Let Brian finish up, please.
All right.
When we did have a conversation about this, it got a little heated, and I said this exact thing. John should have come to the board. John should have come to me. I know that John went to people, but he should have come to the board with this. The board takes care of this kind of thing. And you said, don't blame John. I found the pipe and I'm directing him what to do. That was a quote from you.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, it was.
Hang on.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. Let him finish first.
So,
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at this.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you that that's why I'm thinking that there's a lot of speculation on this. Everybody should have followed procedures. The whole board should have known about this at the same time that the town manager and the DPW know. We're supposed to work as a unit, and what we should have done is we should have all addressed it at the same time in November. We should have done it step by step, methodically. 5 of us together could have figured it out better than one person, and we could have taken, and we might be a lot farther along than we are now.
It's time. It's time. I'm going to have Paul O'Brien answer that question, or do you want me to answer it? Brian, should he have insisted on Brian collude with the board on what the decision is, or should the select board person take the concern to the town manager who's directing the right disciplines to provide the solution and bring that board bring that back to the board as what he's going to do about it with the team that exists.
So I would...
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Mr. O'Brien. What would be the way one suggests that?
Derek, thanks for the timeline stuff. I'm not smart enough to know how to deal with this problem, and so this may be an opaque answer, but I know who I would go and ask. Okay.
Okay.
And I know Brian has suggested that we all want to go into the buildings and take a look around. I'm probably not going to join that picnic. I really don't know what to look at, but I know the questions I think I need to ask.
I appreciate that.
And if could I, Dave?
Go ahead. He asked you a question.
So in the I think there's two parts to this equation.
Mm-hmm.
Part A is where the hell is this stuff coming from? And we don't. Hang on. My turn.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
And we don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I keep pressing on, and I pressed on it a couple of weeks ago, and it's in the minutes. On November 7th,
Yep.
y'all said that this stuff was coming out under pressure.
Yes.
So I'm holding you to that.
Cycling
Yeah,
out
okay.
of pressure. Yes.
Because
Yep.
Mr. O'Brien, concerns water is exiting under pressure. Question is, what is pushing the water?
Yes.
Okay. I just while you were sharing your thoughts, I just went and looked at the weather data for the week before, and I don't see any rain.
Correct.
Okay.
And you should have that from me.
Just giving you data.
No, I appreciate it. I provided that last month.
So I don't know where it's coming from, but if you, and I think John is saying it came out under pressure, that's telling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where to go look, but I know what I think I would do.
Yep.
And I think what I would do is I would systematically start at the street and I'd come out towards the town docks. That's about as smart as I can get on the problem. And I'm not trying to be a smart ass. That's about as smart as I could get.
I get it.
I'd go up in the air and I'd look at all the buildings and I'd just kind of migrate myself out. I'd be dropping dye pellets all over the bloody place.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part one is I think immediately we need to figure out where the hell this stuff is coming from. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of hypothesis here. Mm-hmm. I think I asked questions several weeks ago. I'll put them back on the record. Can we sample under the slabs? Can we sample the sump holes? Have we gone outside the building and sampled the wet spots? I mean, just kind of systematically, protocol-wise, just kind of plunking stuff down, and you'll figure it out. You don't need an MBA to do this. So that's part one. I have no answer. I haven't been told anything, and I'm not making an excuse. I haven't gotten any feedback. Part two is I think you have a second part of your equation, which is what were the decisions we did or didn't make that got us into this storm?
Yeah.
Okay? And that's fair game.
That's my point.
That's fair game. Mm-hmm. Okay? And you're asking the same questions, I think, about Cary Beach. What are the decisions that got or didn't get made, or how did they get made that got us into that particular situation? And I was on the board on Labor Day of that year, so I'm going to take credit for raising hell about Cary Beach because my Susan's granddaughter was waiting in a cyanobacteria bloom, and Channel 9 showed up. It was like 7 o'clock at night, and I was saying, "Oh, you're here to celebrate the end of the season," and the news reporter said, "No, we have a report of a cyanobacteria bloom in your town." We picked up the kid and took her home, washed her off. Mm-hmm. And I raised hell about that. Mm-hmm. So I probably kicked off a lot of the things that went on down there, and if I had a chance to do it again, I'd do it again, right?
Yeah.
But I think you're asking two questions.
Yes.
And I'm not giving you permission. You don't need any permission from me. I want to find out where the hell this stuff's coming from. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to speculate where it's bird poop or your poop or his poop. I don't care. I just want to know where it's coming from and I want it fixed. Now, and then we can figure out, what are the things we could have done differently, we should have done differently, we didn't do, and all hell can break loose on that part. But that's kind of how I parse it. Right now, Derek, I'll be very honest with you, the things you've described from a timeline point of view, they resonate with me. I thought Luke was actually generous.
Yes, he was.
By getting in his car and driving on down here and saying, look and see what I saw. Good for him, all right? We can go plow that ground, but, and I invite you to go do that if you feel you need to, and you probably will. But when I talk to the town manager, I want to know where the stuff's coming from. That's all I want to know, right now.
To answer that part, which is actually what I was kind of hoping you were going to do, but I'll bring you where I was trying to go, is when a select person finds a problem, I don't know if the term is sequential texting or serial texting, but it's my understanding that the selectman should be bringing that problem to the person that is employed to solve that problem. In this case, the town manager. Because I sat here at a meeting last fall where somebody was chastised for not using the system properly. And that system meant if you found a problem, you go to the town manager. You don't talk amongst ourselves about solving the problem. This is where you take it. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Branks, I see you shaking your head. So, as I understand it in this...
You got it right.
Thank you. So,
And I'll say
Brian,
the same thing, you have it right.
thank you very much. So, Brian, to correct you on that, the selectman found a problem. He took it to the town manager and the DPW director, as he was supposed to, not have you sit and figure out what the problem is for Mr. Thurston, to work amongst yourselves. There's people there to go assess and address those problems, not you work it out. With all due respect, no, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm telling you.
But I can give my opinion.
I don't want your opinion at this point. This is my time. That's how the system works. Talk to your peers right next to you. So I don't have it wrong, and if I do, thank you for confirming it. That's what they're here for. Let them do what they're here to do. What that tells me is you have no confidence in them. So you're kind of giving me ammunition to go, Steve doesn't know what he's doing. You're just proving it here. You're making the design decisions of what he should be doing. Same thing with Mr. Pinio. Now, do I think Mr. Pinio is doing a good job? Absolutely not. But it's hard for me to prove it when you're in his sandbox every day trying to do what he's supposed to be doing.
Well, that's not true.
So I just want to close, and then, I'm going to have, if she'd like to use a couple of moments of my time. So what really is important here, and I appreciate everybody that's listened to this tonight, is what you saw in these timelines between January and now, is we went from no sump pumps to some sump pumps. We went from this was rodent to it was bird up on the roof of the building coming down through the downspouts to we're not sure what it is, but we can't forget the porcupine. Thank you, Suzanne. But what I can tell you, as these last 3 months have happened, and you've heard various stories for those that have been bored to death with this topic, my story has never changed, ever. Just documents to back it up. So somebody's got a credibility problem, and I'm going to go out on a limb with my own little ego here and say, it's not me.
Dave?
Thank you for your time.
So I will point out one thing. The first story you said that you were walking the docks and you were gathering signs for a petition. Signatures for a petition.
Mixed up.
Nope. And then tonight you said that you were working and then you went there to just hang around.
I'm happy to address that. Thank you for bringing that up.
No. Now it's my turn. And I will point out that Mr. O'Brien did at a meeting agree with all of us to go into the basement. If he changes his mind, that's okay.
Yeah, which I did.
If you want, can I, Paul, I want to address that because it was brought up. I took my lunch And I wasn't going to give a promotion to it, but since you asked, I took my lunch, and the petition for the warrant article about the town-wide audit of town government, I took it with me on my lunch to get some signatures while I was walking downtown.
Thank you.
Yes, I did that. But I stopped to have lunch because I saw John Thurston at the town docks. There's the rest of your story.
Thank you for clarifying. They need to match.
I actually think I
Go
heard
ahead.
you say that last time,
What's that?
that you were collecting signatures. I think I heard him say
I
that.
did. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
I think Catherine has it. Is it about this topic? And I think Sebastian.
Oh, wait a minute. This is an appointment with you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Then you guys got to stand
They'll have
down
to
and-
wait till public input.
You got it.
In order
Thank
to.
you.
You got it.
And you're already 35 minutes into it.
And I'm done.
So
Thank you.
if you're done, I would appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Derek.
Dave,
Yep.
Thank you, Derek.
Dave, can I make a quick comment?
Okay.
Mr. Brown, I know you had said you wanted to come on early so that you could leave. If possible, can you stay at least through my part of that? I have some things I'd like to.
You got it.
Okay. Next on our agenda is revisit building permit for 29 Smith River Road, Smith Road. Mr. T.
Randy.
Yeah. I was asked to show up tonight after we continued it last month. Been conversations with Mr. Pinio, received the town attorney's edits to it. I was under the assumption that the board had a consensus on going ahead with some sort of waiver that they can give the Hollenbecks so that they can move through their process. The waiver form is for a private driveway, shared driveway, or a private road, not a Class 6 road, the way I understand it if you read it. So I know there was a question about insurance that's on SB 281, but I think, and I'm going to refer to legal, I think it's just for the Class 6 road part.
Yeah, it was a question I asked.
Yeah.
He answered, I'm very
I don't know
comfortable.
how they're going to do that, but
No, we're
Yeah.
good, we'll take that one off.
Yeah.
It was a
So-
question I asked.
yeah, so I think as far as I'm concerned reading it, if the board is favorable to that, we've decided to go ahead with the shoreline permit, submit it to the state and stuff, so we got time, it's going to be a month or so between that one and the town one before they can apply for a building permit anyway. So I'll just take direction from the board as far as when that waiver form is complete, and it can obviously be used for other properties in the interim. And then you'll have to tackle the Class 6 part eventually. So if I'm just looking for your response.
And board members?
Steve, town manager,
Yes.
do you have information to the clarity?
So we have, in the packet, you'll see this came back through from legal, highlighted.
I did not get that.
You did not get that. Okay. Well, that would be part of the issue.
Did you
then.
get it?
Yeah, we all got it.
You had it?
I got this page. That was the only one I got.
It came, I think, on Tuesday.
Right.
It was not in the packet. Well, if you look at the bottom of the memo, it said that it was being reviewed by legal and would come, and it came as an email to us. I want to say Tuesday.
Yeah, I was in the office
Yeah, I got it
today.
this
I didn't
morning,
see it
John.
in there.
So it must, you're welcome to take my copy. if
I
you
did,
read it.
I saw it in email form. I just wanted to make sure it was ready for
So it was
Randy.
proofed by legal and should be ready to go.
Well, except we need to take out 6. I mean,
Yes.
we're going to need to accept the policy in order to issue the waiver, is my understanding. And
how I
the one I
understand it.
have, it's not in a cleaned-up form.
What do you mean? It's not, we sent it back to Jim to clean it up.
It just came out from town attorney at head number 6 about the insurance. He thought the insurance wanted to be on. I was asking him whether it needed to be on. It doesn't need to be on. So 6 needs to be removed.
So what was the insurance question?
On Class 6 road, they are required to have insurance, that they can get insurance. And I asked the town attorney whether that also applied here.
That a homeowner can get insurance?
Would have to have insurance in order to get the waiver. This is the policy. And it came back, no, you don't need insurance. So the draft I have had number 6, insurance. So I just scribbled through that.
Correct. So on a Class 5 road, you don't need homeowners insurance by right. Class 6 different. We weren't talking about a Class 6, we're talking about Class 5.
Yes.
Now, if a homeowner takes out a construction loan, that's a private matter between them and their contractor. Correct. If a homeowner borrows money from Randy, the Bank of Randy, that's a private matter between the homeowner and the lender. But for a Class 5 road in this state, by right, you don't need homeowners insurance.
Right, and this is for on a private road and a deeded right away.
Shared right.
And that it does not need the insurance either.
So to move us forward, Linda, would it make sense for us to just move to eliminate that?
I think so.
Let's just make a motion to eliminate number 6 from the waiver.
I'll
Second it.
that.
Okay. And Dave? Okay. Sorry, I just want to move it on.
All right, all those in favor of the motion?
Okay.
Aye.
And Randy, just to make your life easier or not, Shanna has agreed that she's going to put together for the planning board who asked for it, kind of a checklist. So if the next people who are subjected to this fund are going to have like a checklist stuff, it'll make it a lot easier in life.
Yeah, it's going to be also the bill inspector. That's gonna get this.
Yeah, because this is an unusual one, but it feels like a lot of these are coming in our direction, so we need to.
They will be if you choose
Correct.
to, if Joel chooses to ask for them.
Yeah, and we're talking about private roads. The number of private roads with camps on them are huge.
Yep.
So this is, I think, a
We had
very,
one last night.
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I had a quick question about one. Nathan had put a comment on that. It says the applicant has presented proof of representation for the property to be developed. Yeah, I was a little confused with that. It sounds
I was
like he
wondering whether we needed for the property owner. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
I thought, I wrote in there, I thought the word owner was missing.
Yeah. So
think
in a
it's-
nutshell, however you work those kind of details out, there's a little time to get the form prepared.
Well, we want to work it out now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, then on number
motion.
1, if we go down, the applicant has presented proof of representation for the property owner to be developed.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor of changing?
Aye.
It's interesting you bring this up because just recently, if you have nothing to do and watching TV, I guess there's a lot of ripping off going on with people in the state of New Hampshire. People are just moving their deeds.
Yeah, the quitclaim thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So,
registries, the registries, you can sign with the registries, because we have, obviously, we have accounts there. You can sign up, and they will send you an email if they see a conveyance come
Right.
in, just to check with you.
Anything else you had as questions, Randy? Anything else on the waiver you have as questions?
Nope.
They now have a deed fraud division at the state. It had to go to that extent.
How about number 2? The applicant has provided proof the property. Aren't they to provide proof? Are we talking about a deed? Are we talking about ownership again? I kind of got there and said, well, what exactly?
Yeah, my understanding of that one, Linda, is that any deeded right-of-way, shared driveway, or private road eventually comes off of a Class 5.
Right.
And they want to make sure that it comes off of a Class 5.
Right.
Yeah.
Isn't that going to get caught in site plan?
Proof of property.
No.
No, not really. It's going to get caught if they're lakefront and they're doing a shoreline permit, or if they're applying for a building permit.
So it would get caught either in the shoreline permitting process. So there's kind of a check and balance there. You'll either get it in the shoreline application, of which this will probably go through.
The only time
and a
you
building permit application of this one is going to go through.
That's right. So otherwise, unless you're going for a subdivision or you're going to the ZBA for something.
Right.
It's just the code
But
building.
if you're going to the ZBA, you're ultimately coming, on something like this, you're coming back to the planning board, and they're going to catch the question on ownership for the building permit.
But I think, to answer your question, I think that's an attempt to make sure that what you're applying for, whether it's a single driveway with deeded easement, a shared driveway with easement rights, or a private road, that at some point, it hits a Class 5 road.
Yeah,
Yes.
I guess I was looking at to provide proof of property. Is he talking about a deed? I don't know what proof of property.
No, it doesn't say of, it says the applicant has provided proof the property to be
Yes.
developed has road frontage from a deeded right-of-way or recognized private road identified by E911.
Right.
and
Which
so-
would be
All
some
right.
sort of map that shows
Okay.
that their
It's a
easements.
slightly awkward written
It's very,
sentence.
yeah, that's what I was having trouble
You
with.
have to read it in little steps.
Okay, I'll
So,
get that.
so to Paul's question, Paul, you made a statement that it would be on a shorefront
Shoreland permit.
shoreland permit. What, if you're inland, you won't require that?
No, but my comment is, somewhere along this string of events that applicants have to go through, there's going to be a verification that you actually own the thing you're trying to get a change. If it goes through shoreland, we're going to verify it there. If it doesn't go through shoreland, it's going to go through the building permit, and you get it verified there. So there's enough checks in the system to make sure that you is who you is, and you're even if you're an agent of an owner, you're representing the owner and their property. That's all. I'm just trying to make sure we don't have any oops.
Yeah, I
Got
think-
somebody coming up and getting a permit for something they don't own, they don't represent, and we may have one or two of those coming up against us in the near term.
I think the SB 281 says you got to have proof of your deeded easement.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
So
what-
whether that's an added thing that they ask for in the building permit process,
Yeah, it is.
would probably be, because before, if you didn't, you had to get either a special exception with the ZBA where you had to provide that deeded access, which is what I sent in when we started down that route. So probably, building permit codes should ask for proof of that.
Yeah, I think that's what I was
And
kind
I
of
think that's
getting
what
here,
Shanna-
whether that needed to be in here.
And I think
Maybe
that's what
reword.
Shanna's trying to get
Yeah.
for Joel, is a checklist of things. Just make sure you check the boxes on things we need to get done.
Right.
So, make it easy. Everybody knows what the checklist is, and you can move it.
So, Randy, you've done so many of these over your course of your time. You've been working on this for 4 months. We've, as a town, have stubbed your toe, kicked you down the road, and what do you think of the process of how we've done business with you?
Yeah,
It's not a-
so I'm gonna not answer that question. But, generally, a couple of things happened. One, there was a lot of different movement in the offices, so that was part of it. Number two, the SB 281 came in the middle of it and mandated some things, which changed the procedure that had been done all along. The procedure that had been done all along was focused on, and then not so much focused on, and then focused on again, depending on, personnel. So we got caught up in it. And the clients aren't not real happy, and sometimes that gets back to me, but they've been pretty good through the process. And so I still think they can meet the building season that they had tried to meet. By the time we get the shoreline permits back, the septic design, and as long as we have a waiver to sign, that'll be okay. It was a little frustrating because we get kicked around. You're right. That happens. I got to play Switzerland on these things. But I think we're on the right path, and I think just this part is going to help on most of what you guys would have to deal with the new SB bill. But the classic part, you're going to have to wrestle with a little bit
Right.
and add whatever you want to that per your community, because you can. But once people sign that waiver, they're done. There isn't anything else, you know, they don't have to. So that's something that I think we should consider, being a resident, on that second phase, on the Class 6, because you know how it's going. People are pushing out, and those will be the next parts that we'll have to deal with.
Yeah, and this is what we should do. This is a policy that will be able to apply to all, just like we've had a Class 6 road policy, which now will need to be changed. But if this was in place and they realized they could come, everybody else could come right and not get into the issue in the planning department, they just come right here.
So Linda,
We took a step.
We've made a couple of motions to eliminate some words, add some words. So the policy, is it amended, or do we just adopt the policy that we've now amended? How do you want to do that?
I would think we've made the changes to the policy that we wanted. We added owner, and we got rid of 6. And then everything else, my understanding is everybody is okay with it.
We probably should adopt the policy, though.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Yeah, but the way it is, we're comfortable with those things changed, as
Second.
amended.
Yeah.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of the
Aye.
policy?
So then do we also have to approve the waiver?
Yes.
I thought so. I'll make a motion to approve the waiver.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so once it is given, I'm going to get it to the client's attorney, and he'll facilitate the signatures and the notarization and whatever's got to be done to it, and get it recorded, then a copy will go back to town.
Yep.
And then they can go get their building permit.
And the good news is we have somebody from zoning board here, because this applicant, to John's point, this applicant has visited every land use board we got in town. So we're the third stop on the bus line here. So we now know what we need to do, and I think zoning and planning, hopefully we'll watch what we did here tonight, and we get the Shanna checklist, and hopefully thank you for the applicant for putting up with us. Hopefully the next one goes a little smoother.
And Randy explained it correctly. We've had shuffling. There has been bills coming to the state, and sometimes the process can be tedious. And these applicants and Randy handled it very reasonably, and it was it's now complete.
So now they only have to come one place, that's to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is the location of DAR Revolutionary Monument at Pickering Corner.
Hi. Hello again. I'm Nancy Black, Wolfeboro resident, and the current regent of the Winnipesaukee Chapter Daughters of the American Revolution. And I'm here tonight to suggest a location for our Revolutionary War marker. And just a little history for any of you that weren't here a few years ago or the public. In 2020, the National Society DAR, in an effort to raise awareness of the courage and sacrifice of the patriots who won America's independence, announced the DAR America 250 marker project. These markers were to be a source of pride for communities to celebrate the brave patriots who founded our nation, and a reminder of the importance of emulating the conviction, courage, and cooperation toward national unity. The National Society's goal was to have DAR chapters purchase and erect the markers in all 50 states and many communities. The Winnipesaukee chapter took on this challenge and asked the town for approval in early 2025, and we raised the funds to erect a marker in Wolfeboro. The selectmen on January 15th, 2025 actually approved that a new marker could be placed with the other monuments. But we noted then that there wasn't a decision made yet about the roundabout, and we didn't know if the monument area was going to be disturbed or not, so we didn't come up with a specific location. So, and also at that time, you asked me to check in with the Wolfeboro Heritage Commission, which I did, and they approved that this monument be added to the marker area. We ordered and received the bronze marker in December of 2025, and now we need to figure out, and we needed to figure out a base to attach it to. So I asked the town manager's administrative assistant, Amy Muccio, who does a lot of the town monument work. And she, in turn, referred me to Park and Recreation Director Christine Collins, who suggested that I call John Thurston. So on January 15th, 2026, my DER Vice Regent, Roseanne Bell, John Thurston, and I walked the monument area, trying to find a suitable place for this monument. And I encourage all of you to walk that area. We feel that the only open space that would not detract from the other memorials that are very evenly placed there, as well as a red fire hydrant and 2 concrete-based foundations where the Wolfeboro information booth used to be, are up there. So it didn't leave us a lot of options. So we feel that the only place, the most suitable place for it is to the right of the Civil War monument. And I think you have some photographs in your packet that I shared with Jim Pinio. Unfortunately, there is a tree that is a concern. We feel that, let me see here. The tree in question, we feel could potentially, after looking at the tree and some conversation, we feel that that particular tree could potentially damage the Civil War monument that's already there, especially the top section where the soldier and the rifle are, because they're fairly fragile. And also, in the perfect world, monuments and even headstones really shouldn't be placed near vegetation like trees, because first of all, limbs could break off and damage them, but also the lichen growth can cause damage to monuments. And I'm quoting the National Park Service, but they say that lichen can damage monuments and headstones by trapping moisture, acid secretion, physical infiltration, almost a root-like thing that can get in there, causing surface fragmentation as the lichen expands and contracts. And it can also stain and obscure the monuments. They can permanently stain them and make inscriptions illegible over time. And while we were up there, this is another little note, we noticed that the monuments in place are collecting lichen and haven't been cleaned in a long time. And they should be cleaned to keep them in good shape. And also, all their faces, where most of the writing is, or the names, all face north. And so they don't get the benefit of a lot of sunshine either. So that also contributes to a lot of lichen growth. But in the past, the DER, the Winnipesaukee Chapter DER has gotten permission from Park and Rec Director Christine Collins to clean gravestones that she manages for the town cemeteries. And we've taken classes on how to do that properly. She's given us permission for the headstones, but I talked with her recently, and she feels that the monument area is not really, she's not sure that she has the permission to give us that permission to clean those monuments. So tonight I'm kind of asking you to do that, especially, with Memorial Day and the 4th of July coming up. You shouldn't clean monuments if the temperature is under 48 degrees, so we would have to wait a while, but we're certainly willing to do that, to clean that up a little bit, especially before our Independence Day celebrations and marker dedication. Now, back to the tree. In referencing the 2022 Wolfeboro Townwide Tree Survey, this particular tree, number 101, was listed in only fair condition by the arborist from the Bartlett Tree Company who conducted the survey. And that was 4 years ago. And I'm not a tree expert, but I don't think that tree is getting any better. So if this tree can be removed, the Winnipesaukee chapter would love to plant another tree somewhere in town, possibly near the monument area. And actually, a year ago, we started growing what we're calling Liberty trees from seed to be placed somewhere in Wolfeboro. And this commemorates the Liberty tree that was in Boston. It's a historic tree that served as a major gathering place and symbol of protest for the Sons of the American Revolution during British rule, particularly the Stamp Act. And it was located near Boston Common, and it was cut down by the British troops in 1775. So once this tree reaches a reasonable height, to ensure its success when planted, I'll be back to ask if we could plant that somewhere. But anyway, we want to erect a beautiful monument that is in harmony with the other monuments up there and complements them. And we want to find the best place for this marker to stand for years and years and years to come. And we feel that is just to the right of the Civil War monument.
Dave?
Thank you. Brian?
Steve, I have a question. There's 2 trees, or 1 or 2 trees to the right of that, too.
So if you're looking at it coming from up Brickyard Hill from Dunks, there's 1 to the left, 2 to the right. So
2 to the
this
right?
one, there's 2 large ones
Yep.
directly left and right of the big monument.
Yep.
And there's one a further ways down the line.
Yeah, I know.
I do have some information on this, Dave, if you'd like me to.
So the tree further to the, Steve, the tree further to the right, the smaller one, is that one healthy?
I haven't looked at it recently, Brian. It looks good driving by. They're the one that would probably be 50 feet down the line from this one.
Yeah. And that you can't see it in this picture.
Correct.
When we take down this tree, it will be stumped and pulled? Will it be stumped and ground down?
So, well, that would be a further conversation, but if I understand correctly, what the monument plan is, you need to be digging, so the stump's got to go.
So the stump would be pulled out?
Yeah.
Okay. Because sometimes we take down trees in town and they're just stumped, and this would not be a location that would look aesthetically pleasing if we just stumped it and left a 6-inch stump or something.
Hang on a minute.
No, go start that way.
No, but I mean,
Oh.
did you have something else?
I do. I have some information on this. So, town manager asked me to get in touch with Bartlett Tree to come out and take a look at it. And I did up a memo for that. And basically, he said a lot of things that John had said. There's no guarantees. A heavy ice storm might take that leader down. Hard to say. It'd probably still last a few more years. So that was Bartlett's. They said that was a courtesy evaluation. They didn't cost us anything. They can do a more in-depth evaluation on the tree. Jim asked me to pursue that, so I am waiting on pricing to come back from that. So that's from the Bartlett perspective. I don't know if you want my 2 cents on the tree or not, but
Brian?
that's up to you guys.
No.
Did you have a question?
No, it was Dave.
Paul?
Yeah,
It was Paul.
Steve, you got 2 cents you want to offer?
I do. And maybe this is a little sideways, but I don't really think it matters what health of the tree is if that's the best place to put the monument. I think we just take the tree down, put the monument in, and maybe plant 2 new ornamental trees. That would be my suggestion.
Paul?
This is one of these, we can get into your proverbial sneakers here and tell you what to do. I don't want to do that. But it seems there's a fact pattern here that Bartlett looked at it in 2022 and said it's fair. That's what fair. I don't know what fair means, but.
Well, it was,
yeah,
from what I remember, it was like
that's more
excellent,
of a
good, fair,
rhetorical,
poor.
yeah. Great,
Great.
super, fair. Okay. We just learned of a Zamboni that we handicapped with having 5 years of useful life, and it croaked at 5 years. So Steve, you're gonna get a harder number from Bartlett.
Yes, I'm waiting on that. So the contact we use, he just had a baby, so his life is interfering with our plans at the moment, which is okay. So
my sensibilities, are that you get a harder number from Bartlett. First of all, you don't want this tree to drop on a monument. That would be a big oofda. You've already got some contemporaneous information that says it's probably not, to your point, it ain't going to get no better soon unless it could. I mean, we could. You never know, right? And so I would say the decision is kind of leaning towards, pardon the pun, taking it down. More data, but quicker. The second thing is this question about the monument. And why is there an equivocation on whether we should or shouldn't clean the monument? I mean, we did have a program for going out and doing the gravestones, but what's the what's the equivocation on that? Why would we not want to do that?
I think she's just looking for us to give
She's
the
looking for us
permission.
to tell her what to do?
No, to give the permission, because it's a monument, it's not.
One should never clean a monument or a headstone without permission.
Right, but I'm saying, I
Yeah.
think the reason why Christine didn't take it was it isn't a direct area that she's responsible for, so it's come back to us.
Okay, so I'd like to turn it around and say, I'd like to see somebody come up and say, I recommend that you give me permission to do this, as opposed to, we recommend that you go do that. It's a subtle, but it's different. And if Christine thinks that it's the right thing for her to do, Christine's giving us nod in the back of the room, then, you know, it would seem to me that if it's a recommendation coming from staff that says do it, and it's something that we, aside from laying out the roads, the other things we're supposed to do, if we want to put this in our wagon, that's fine, but I'd much rather have you, you know, the town, tell us that you recommend we do it, and if we think we need to give you permission to do that, I guess we will.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at these pictures, thanks, John. I mean, I think that really tells a story. I've been watching and looking at the fact that the limbs are going down. When I look at these pictures of the trunk, which is another sign that it is aging, and some of the broken limbs, my gut feeling is that we should take it down, let the memorial go in that spot, and then take a look at getting the Liberty tree planted back in that area. And it's kind of like we may have 2 or 3 more years while we've got something we want there now. So thank you for the pictures. I think that helped me tremendously.
John?
So what I provided the board here was a synopsis of what's going on with the tree. If you first open up and look at the first page, you'll see the big leader that's leaning towards the monument, and I'll read off what's going on here. It's basically the tree in the ground has been girdled, where you fill up the soil around the base of the tree, and what does that do to the tree? That reduces growth. The tree might struggle to grow properly with stunted foliage, small leaves, and a general lack of vitality. It is like the tree is trying to grow while wearing too tight of a shirt. Dieback. As you can see in the pictures, you'll see dieback branches of even entire sections of the tree might start to die back as they're starved of essential resources. It's like the tree is slowly losing its limbs one by one, and you can see that where there's cutoffs all around the tree, and those pictures go all the way around the tree. Structural weakness. Girdling roots can weaken the structurally integrity of the tree, making it more susceptible to wind damage or even collapse. It's like the tree is standing on wobbly legs. Premature death. In severe cases, girdling roots can eventually kill the tree. It's unable to get the resources it needs to survive. It's a slow and silent death, but it's tragedy nonetheless. I know when I went there to get the pictures, you can look at the first page and you can see some of the bark chipping away, starting to peel off around the tree, and then you can see a giant split up the center of the tree, and then you turn the next page, you can see a big leader limb that's the bark is all peeling off, and then you can see another picture where you have dieback tip dieback of limbs, and then you can really focus in on what growth is new growth, and there isn't any new growth. Everything is just starting to shrivel up, and the bark is peeled off all those areas. And then you can see in the next picture, you can see where there was cutoffs. They tried to save the tree and minimize the wound damage, because that's usually what happens. The tree goes to a save itself mode. When you have dying back limbs, it wants to save itself. So when you cut those limbs back, it tries to heal itself. But in the initial picture, you can see one of the giant limbs on the front of the tree. When you cut a large leader off of the tree is usually, that's usually the end of it, because that's a wound, that's an open point for insects and other things to get into the tree and rain, and eventually that spot rots right back through the center of the tree. And and the second to the last page, you can see that's on the north side, hanging over the road, and generally the last picture is on the westerly side, and you know, I know there's a lot of people out there that talked about saving the tree when we did the roundabout, and they were really concerned about the tree, but unfortunately, that last sentence, but it's tragedy nonetheless. So I don't think that's as much question. We definitely don't want that leader to blow off and land on the staff where the guy's holding the flag, that's for sure. So would you make a motion, Paul?
I'm not going to make any motion. I'm just going to ask Steve to just, have a conversation with Bartlett. That would be my sense. You really need to come out here and tell me what we think we already know. And if the answer is no, it's probably in deep trouble, then I would just come up with a plan to take it down.
So that was basically the conversation I've had with Bartlett. The getting the number for the more in-depth study was for information reasons for you folks only.
Yeah.
At my level, I think it should go.
It's to be super safe, double sure, check our. Look, if Bartlett says it's not worth saving, it's just a matter of time. You make your management judgment. I think John has done a great job telling us of all the things that can happen to a tree and the contemporary evidence you see. Let's move on.
Yeah.
The question then is, what are we going to do about cleaning up the monument?
So I have one more question on that. Does this actually have to be a board decision then?
How many trees? My question: how many trees have you taken down in the last 2 years?
Couldn't even begin to tell you. We don't count them.
1,000?
Sure. No idea. We don't.
Did we motion for all of them?
No, none of them.
I think that,
But because of where it is my
I think
question.
this is center stage in the town, and we're going to have some people who are going to ask tough questions. So, fair. I mean, fair to your question, but you know what?
Why don't we just make a motion? Why don't we just do it? I'll make a motion to take down the tree
To the right of the
to the
monument.
right of the monument.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All those in favor?
Aye.
Now, the next question is, what are we going to do about the monument?
Well, can I ask permission from this board, since Christine wasn't certain she could make that
I'll make a
decision?
motion that we allow the DAR to clean the,
Work with Christine to clean the monument.
And I'll second for a
I
question.
think they clean it,
Yeah.
right?
But work with Christine.
Yeah.
Can we amend that to say, and to erect a monument next to the,
Well, that'll be a third motion.
okay.
So I'd second for a question. Do you know, are you adept at cleaning monuments, and you have the tools and everything you need to do it?
Yes, and mainly it's water,
Okay.
plastic brushes, and a biologic agent called D2 that they use at Arlington National Cemetery.
Okay.
Christine's got
Perfect.
that stuff. Right?
All right.
We're good. And we've cleaned over 50 headstones in town,
Okay.
of mainly Revolutionary War and veteran cemetery headstones, without any problem.
Just so the public knows you know how to do it, and you don't need help, you're all good.
And also, we have a whole process we go through. We kind of evaluate it first. We make sure it's not wobbly. There's steps that we go through, and some of them we walk away from, because the thing is to cause no damage.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call that question.
Okay. Everybody in favor of them cleaning it?
All those in favor of letting?
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So now can we make a motion to erect the monument next to in the area where the tree is going to come down?
Sure. Somebody want to second that?
Well, do we know?
Do we know where?
I guess the tree will come down. Do you want to wait until the tree's coming down
Well-
and then give us a plot where you're going to put it?
Yeah.
We would like to have a ceremony on July 7th.
Yeah?
Okay.
To go along with the Independence Day celebrations. We believe our marker can be in place by then, if the tree, can come down even by May 1st.
The tree
And now's a
can
good
come-
time to take it down because there's no leaves.
It's not the tree I'm looking at, is whether we'd have structure where exactly, we should have a plan
Yeah.
with the structure on it. That's the
Okay,
only
we
thing.
can provide that.
If you'd give it to us next, meeting are
Sure.
fine. I just think we should have it located.
Brian?
Yeah, so I agree. The tree comes down, it gets pulled out.
Yep.
The groundscape is going to change a little bit. Then she can mark exactly where it's going to go. We'll know. And then we'll have a
Bring that
nice ceremony
back to us.
in July.
We'll be back.
Dave, can I ask a question?
Well,
So I heard twice tonight, this tells you that how much of a newcomer I am. That used to be the welcoming place, right?
Well,
And student body right here said the same thing. That so do we know physically where that thing was? So
Sure, it
we
was-
can, so that we can
Yes.
answer, because you asked a couple of questions here, which when I was reading my packet, I went, I don't know the answer to this. Like, who owns what? Well, if we have, I'm not going to use a bad word, if we had squatters' rights on where that welcoming center was, are you thinking about putting the monument, the new structure there?
No.
No? Then that shoots that idea right.
Yeah.
It's in front of some other things. Yeah, no,
Just come back.
Well, we need to know where you're going to put it.
well, when the snow melts, I would love to have you all up there because it's an interesting plot.
Well, we need to know because,
Yep.
you know, at the time of the Pickering Corner, when they were thinking of moving the house to accommodate an access road into Pickering Corner, there was a whole bunch of work done up there, and somewhere in the files is going to be something that says we own it, they own it. We just need to know.
So Dave, I'm going to withdraw my second.
okay.
We had our discussion.
Thank you.
And
So
just
we'll
so,
see you again.
you'll see me again, but just to know, I believe we're going to put it between the Civil War monument and the fire hydrant, kind of equal
Cool.
place in there.
Right with the tree.
I'll be back. Thank you.
You come
I'll
back.
plot it. Okay.
Come on back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Okay, next on the agenda is a discussion dockside drain pipe.
Okay, everybody's favorite topic as of late. So we've tested that numerous times. You guys have the results. We haven't been able to replicate that high number. I spent over 2 hours today on the phone with the wastewater DES Bureau on this specific discussion, where we're at, what we're doing, and what our plan is to go forward. So Mr. Brown pointed out, you know, a few times we've mentioned what it was. We've talked about species testing. We've talked about all these things. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, is what I learned today. So I'm going to share some stuff that you guys don't even know because it was a phone conversation I had at 4 o'clock. So it doesn't matter what it is anymore. We've moved beyond that point. What we need to do going forward is that needs to go away, period. So back at the end of January, in one of my reports that I sent on this, I recommended code enforcement and health inspector to go into that basement to do whatever it is that needs to happen in there. As folks may or may not know, Public Works jurisdiction actually stops at the property line. So when we did these investigations, we got access by asking permission, and in the last instance, I just took 5 people and we walked in the basement, basically, to get some answers. So moving forward, we're going to have to, that pipe needs to be disconnected, number one. The roof drains need to be run across ground. They need to come and run across ground. Anything that is inside that basement is going to have to go into the sewer system. So we'll have to, whatever that is, we'll have to get metered and figured out. That is the short-term part of this. The long-term part of this is what that means across town and what we're going to have to do with that. Because, you know, ignorance is fine until you know it. So, you know, in sitting here and listening about this, it's troubling me personally a little bit because I didn't know the pipe was there. You know, a lot of people knew the pipe was there. I know where there are pipes that run through here. I know a few years back we made the decision, I don't know, you guys know better, probably 2010, whenever it was, to make sure that all the sump pumps in town went from the sewer, but we took them out and put them into the drainage. All of those, in theory, are going to have to be reevaluated. There are options. There are discharge permit options through the EPA, and they're sending me all that literature, and I will certainly forward that across. it's certainly been a learning curve on that end of it. My conversations with them, as far as reporting goes, they did not tell me that same part of that. So they've been extremely great to work with, and as we've been going through this. You know, and basically what they have said was, they don't go looking for this stuff, but once it is brought up, it has to be addressed. Correct. So now here we are. How we got here, we can go back through that. My portion of that has certainly changed how we in Public Works handle our reporting up the chain and how we go about doing that. That's reflected in everything we've been doing over the last month or so, whether it's redundant from meetings or not. There is a paper trail for everything, so it can be tracked. If anybody sends something, it can be done. And, you know, as far as, I can't speak to whether something was changed from the beginning of November to now. I can't speak to that. What I can tell you is the first time that I went into the basement, when you go down to the bottom of the stairs, there's a utility room on the left that has all their piping. And that was as far as I was able to go my first times in there. After the meeting in January where this went everywhere, I made a phone call to the building owner, left him a message. And then the next day, I grabbed the water and sewer department, and 6 of us went down. I walked in, I saw the restaurant manager. He was fantastic to deal with. He was a bit surprised. And then we commenced crawling all through both of those basements. That is where we found the additional pits that were just holes in the floor. That is where we sampled. That is how we got to where we are now. That is how we were able to trace the lines we could. I can tell you I never did see any active sewers running into the floors there. This would have been in the middle of January. Since then, we have sampled a pit where the pump is and got less than 1. We've done 2, 3 tests outside at the outlet pipe and have less than 1. Bird, rodent, doesn't matter. If we have anything that goes into the lake, it can't go into the lake. So that is, for me, going forward is the takeaway for this. So that pipe needs to go away. It will continue to stay capped, but the Enforcement Bureau is going to have to make those changes inside that building, which I will do up a memo to get it to Jim to make sure that it all gets to you guys. Like I said, this happened at between 3 and 4 this afternoon. But I think it's important to share that forward.
Linda?
Yeah, are we going to get a letter from the Bureau laying it out? Usually when they
We are.
want us to take an action like a
So
administrative
if some of you folks will remember, I know he probably does, a year or 2 back, we had a discussion on the seasonal water lines, and we got our letter, and we commenced to do our stuff, and then there was a little bit of back and forth with DES.
Yep, yep.
So right now, these are all conversations. I was hoping she was going to send me the EPA stuff. She said she was going to try to get that to me ahead of this meeting. It hasn't come through, I understand. And I told her, once we get through this and we get the immediate problem corrected, that I would like to have a meeting, that we can see what our path is going forward. As a town, we are going to have to look big picture-wise at what this is going to mean, because I don't think, just because, I mean, we all know where the pipes, I always say that. We know where a lot of the pipes are. We know there's one 30 feet from there.
Right.
That comes out. That one I know about.
Right.
Where do we stop? Where do we look? And how do we go about doing that? So that's going to have to be a big look, whether it be sampling everything, and anything that comes back and triggers is going to have to be reconfigured. And what that means, again, what that means big picture wise could be problematic, but I don't want to necessarily ring that bell until we know where we're going.
But my understanding, we need to, when we got all the drainage pipes, like from the hunters and stuff, from the refrigerators, we removed them all from our sewer system because of the volume of water that was going through the pipes. We had flooding at the treatment plant. We had to have pumps, so we hired a person to go through town and make sure all those drain pipes were in our drainage system and not our sewer, So not only are we going to have to deal with that, but we are going to have to try to somehow calculate what that's going to do to the volume of water going to our wastewater treatment plant, because that was one of our ways to bring, to pick up the capacity of the plant.
Correct.
Dave.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I did a little investigation, and I asked for some information, and it will be coming to the whole board, because the way I handle something is when I get information, I go to the town manager goes to the appropriate department head, and I ask the town manager to notify, because he can, it's not sequential briefing, he will notify all the select board members, because we're a cohesive unit that all need to know if there's an issue with something in the town. That's the way I do it. People can do it however they want, but that's the way I treat my peers. In 2005, we had an administrative order from DES saying that we were violating our discharge permit for our effluent in the spray fields.
Correct.
And so right now, we've just gotten a study on our disposal system and what its capacity is right now. Our capacity was in trouble then, so we took and we removed as much I&I, that's infiltration, into our system in order to have us be able to have the capacity to get rid of the effluent correctly, not being in DES violation. That's when these pipes were moved. So they were moved 21 years ago. So we are going to have to now do an investigation back and make sure that we don't have anything going into the lake that's problematic. But we didn't ever, that I know of, ever take any sewer lines and put sewer lines into the lake. That was not what happened. We have had groundwater and stormwater.
Never, ever put sewer, I will correct you. There was a time we were dumping all the sewer.
Well, that was in 1930.
Okay. Yeah, I heard never, ever,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I didn't want to.
So,
Just when I was
since 2005 when we did this, since 2005 on when we did this, we did not have anybody take their sewer lines and put them into the lake or direct sewer into the lake. We did not do that. There can be stormwater. There's duckage on the lakes. We've known this for years when we swim. And it usually happens after a big storm, and they call it duckage because a lot of times the animals, the ducks, the geese will be on the shore. All their feces washes into the water gets an E. coli spike, and you're supposed to stay out of the water. That's what runoff does around the whole lake. Runoff that comes off parking lots, that comes off lawns, it brings in fertilizers, it brings in contaminants. That's what it does.
Dave?
Paul?
Question for Steve? Back to the parking lot, a couple of tactical questions. So when you guys went out there, you put dye packs in the sump holes that you found? Any of those dye packs show up in the lake?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm just making this up, but it sounds rational. Sump holes pump groundwater. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. So in a situation where groundwater is coming up, that would fill up a sump hole and the pump would go on and it would send stuff out. That could explain the pumping of stuff under pressure. As long as you, I'm going to say characters, as long as you characters are, saying it's around November 17th or whatever it was, you saw stuff coming up under pressure. It could be coming up from groundwater.
Correct.
Okay, so it gets back to, and I don't know how to do this, but this investigation prospectively, did somebody, at the last minute, get down at Bradley's and buy some PVC pipe and reroute? I think that's probably not a good use of time. I think a good use of time would be just continue to put dye packs all around the bloody place, including places you haven't looked at, and kind of see if anything's coming into the lake. You might find, hypothesis on my part, but backed up by something that the gentleman sitting next to you observed, you might find that we have a groundwater issue of a sewer line, either coming from us or coming from a building. It's probably gonna denominate into one of two things. So, and the reason I point over to the gentleman sitting next to you is, an observation was made that there was a broken sewer line in one of the buildings?
So this is where
It either was-
I've been pinpointed on this one. So back when I was doing the ramp, I went down there, the contractors and myself, we were moving our vehicles around so we didn't get tickets. They had the basement dug out. I walked over, I says, what do you got going on? He says, well, we had to dig the basement out. The sewer line was broken off and running onto the floor in the basement. And at that time, they had cored down 2 feet into the basement. They had a pipe going across the floor. I had no idea where the pipe went. I didn't even know where this pipe was, to tell you the truth, at all. I didn't even know there was a pipe out there by the dogs. And so at that point, all I was under the impression is what he said. Well, we fixed the pipe. So at that point, what I did was, at the planning board meeting, I saw Tavis Austin, and I said, Tavis, you need to send your codes officer down there and get him in there and take a look and make sure everything is hooked up properly. Do I know that that happened? No, I don't know if that happened.
But the point, I'm not trying to do the, I'm not trying to do where, the thing.
I'm just trying to
I think that's kind of like, we'll save that for another day. I think what I'm trying to think about here is that I don't know where it's coming from, but I'm hearing enough storytelling, and I mean that in a constructive way, that this could be coming up from the ground. It's entirely possible that it could be coming up from the sanitary sewer. And my question back to you, Steve, and I don't know how to do it, but I'll tell you what I'd do.
So
I'd surveil the entire bloody area. I'd be throwing dye packs into any sump hole you can find, those buildings and other buildings, and whatever's coming out the pipe, you know that you've got a groundwater upward pressure, and you can do it either during the snow melt or you can do it during, I don't really know. But what I do know is if Mr. Brown, I got to believe he said it now enough times that we'd have to take him out in cuffs, that if he's saying this stuff's coming out under pressure, then it tells me it's coming up through the bottom and getting pumped out, which tells me that maybe they're not messing around and dumping sewer. So I think what you've said, I think it's coming up from underneath, and we just got to go figure it out where it is.
So
can I get a reaction from Steve?
Yes.
Sure. So I'll go back to what I said. At this point, that pipe needs to go away. So anything that those buildings have connected to it, roof drains, any sump pumps, or any of that stuff, need to be disconnected from it, period, and then capped on the end that comes up between the buildings. Once that is done, if there is still something that runs out of that pipe, then we'll know it's not from those buildings and it's something else, groundwater or whatever it might be. So the problem with groundwater, so that's phase one. Step one is we have to disconnect the stuff. That's it. We could chase this forever. Just cap the pipe, disconnect their stuff, is what has to happen first. Could it be something broken in the ground? Absolutely. I mean, this, as many pipes that runs in this town that nobody knows what it is until we dig it up, it certainly can be.
Again, it's way over my pay.
Well,
So, I'd throw dye packs and everything.
Pipe investigation is not rocket science.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of
following it.
It's following it. So again, we need to disconnect the stuff, step one.
Dave, one quick question for Steve. So that pipe is this far below ground level?
So at where it comes up between the buildings, correct.
So if it's at this much, it can't be connected to a pipe underneath the floor of the building because that's a basement down there.
Correct. I don't think it's that.
So it's not, that's like this.
So
no, it's being pumped out.
Well, it's
being
what they call a masticating pump. These people, they put a toilet down in the basement and it pushes it through the line that's the size of my thumb, and it grinds it all up, and then it pushes it through this line, and then it can actually dump it into the line. It's a pressure line. And so what happens there is they can put this below the gravity line and still have a toilet or a shower or whatever they have to have below the sewer line.
So I have a masticating pump in my house, and when it comes out, it doesn't come out in clear water. It comes out in a slurry.
So
is what it is. But Steve, again, my question: the end of that pipe that's right below the ground, that's by the building, can you see where it goes into the building?
Yes. So that is not, the macerator pump is not connected to that.
Correct.
Very
Thank
clear.
you.
That is not connected to that. That is 100% connects to the sewer, and you can follow that. So there is a sump pump, whereas the piping runs all the way up through the stuff, and then at the last minute comes down, and we chased it. I chased it all the way through, behind the AC units, underneath the oil barrels, all the way through that thing. We had, actually, Bridget went up between the buildings and found where it came out of the building, made a 90, comes down. As we manually cycled the pump, you could see, and I'm pretty sure I put all this in my memo at the end of January.
Stick dye packs in the pumps and then flood them.
Which we did that, Paul, and that's how we traced everything. We sampled the sump pump hole where the pump was, and we got a less than 1 on that reading. So it's why I was confident. I thought maybe the maceration tank was broken or something. We got 0 on that one. Now.
But Steve, I did ask you, and I'm not doing a veracity question. I did ask you, did you put a dye pack in a sump hole? Yes. Did you put water in the sump hole, and did the sump hole pump? Yes. And did it find its way into the lake?
Yep.
Yes. You answered, okay. I mean, yeah. So that would tell you that at that point where the pump went on, something underneath was driving fluid up. Well, now, to Brian's point, I mean, the run of the pipe could be helter-skelter. I shouldn't say I don't care. That's not relevant to me. What's relevant to me is to find the source. And it sounds like you're on a good hunt by saying, if I put dye packs all around this bloody place and let the water run, you're going to find out where it's coming from. And then you can either decide whether it's surface water or subsurface water.
So it's the groundwater underneath that building is below.
Then you got then you got to go. Then you got to get mask and flippers, and then you got to go figure out what's in the groundwater that's causing it. It could be a broken sewer line inside of a building. It could be a broken sewer line on Main Street. You got to find out where it is, because I think Mr. Brown made a point. The outflow that was tested, for whatever reason, I don't know, but at 2,400. That's hot. That's hot. That's Chernobyl. I mean, it's hot. And, it can't just be casual, right? So I just think a more, and I'm not saying you're not doing it, Steve, I think a more disciplined, kind of systematic way of just diagnosing this thing, you'll find it.
I will trust Steve and DES to take care of this. He's been talking to them. I guess you were talking to Teresa Patak and to Mr. Livingston,
yes.
Who John has already talked to Mr. Livingston. And he brought this issue to his attention. And so did Mr. Brown. So thank them for bringing it to DES's attention so that we can alleviate this problem. But I'm sure that Steve and DES, with a roadmap and with as Linda said, a letter from them with instructions, we will do what we're supposed to do, like we've done in the past, and we will do going forward.
Well, if we're concerned about the lake, it's good that we found out about it and we need to address it. That's where we are. We need to move on. I agree with Paul that we need to find out whether we have a sewer pipe or something breaking, and we continue. The testing that we have now doesn't show it, but if we do the pipe and it thaws out and we start getting it, we need to find it. I agree. But we need to move forward now. BES is coming in here. We're going to get it. We're going to have to come up with a big plan on how we're moving forward. And I don't care who said what. this is where we are, we need to move forward.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
Anything else on the dockside drain at this point? Okay. Next is discussion of spring road bans.
So it's not quite that time of year, but I'm trying to stay ahead so I don't have to, be honest, so I don't have to come to every meeting. I'd like to get approval to, as spring starts to hit, to put the road bans on.
Dave?
It's probably going to be mid-March would be my guess, but it's hard to say depending on what the frost does. So the list of roads are attached. It's our same protocol we've had for years. So I'm just looking for basically a blanket approval, yes, when I think it's time, and then I can notify all of you when we're going to do it.
Paul?
2 questions. Steve, this is any incremental adds to the ban?
You mean road-wise?
Yeah, any new roads?
No.
Same
Blanket.
list? Okay.
Same list, blanket.
And B, it's same time of year?
Well, as
Plus
far
or
as...
minus a couple
yes,
weeks?
plus or minus a week or something, yes, depending on the
Thank you.
weather.
Okay, Linda?
Yes, and where are you going to post this? Where are the people and
So
the
we will
delivery
put
trucks?
we'll put it on the town website, and I will put it on our Public Works Facebook page as well.
But you also
And
posted
are
the ends of the road.
Yes.
Are you going to publish it in the paper or anything?
We don't typically, because it's a standard, every town around does it, so all of the delivery trucks and all of those things know about, I mean, this is pretty
I
standard.
think in the past we have. That's
So,
why I'm
okay,
asking.
let me rephrase that. Since I've been here, we haven't put it in the paper, but if the board would like
I
that,
know,
I'm more
I'm
than
just
happy to.
saying, the reason I asked the question was because we have in the past.
We found that website and social media pretty well handles it.
Okay.
Okay.
You need a motion or something?
Yes, we do.
So
Is that a
moved.
motion?
Yeah, he did. He moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor of the road
Aye.
ban?
Aye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next is discussion capital project update.
What you got, Steve?
Okay. Just a little background, because the first one on the list here is the Mill Street Pump Station, which for me, in case some of you people here don't know or watching know, when I took this job in September of 2022, I inherited 5 capital projects. The new filter system up at the water plant, the Forest Road sewer, the water main out here, the Laner Street Pump Station, and the Mill Street Pump Station. So that was in September of 2022. We now finally have a contract signed, and we will be looking to break ground the end of September of 2026. So 4 years later, we're finally going to break ground on this pump station. So that, for me, is a huge thing to get off of and get up and running. So on that note, T-Buck was awarded the contract. They are the same folks that did the Laner Street Pump Station. They did a fantastic job, even with all of the issues we had with the design. Mill Street happens to have the same engineering service, so we are expecting issues. But I think between that and Stantec, who's doing the oversight for us, we expect a good project there. Just a quick breakdown on the money. So back in 2022, the town voted for just over $1 million for the project. 2022, we also got an ARPA grant for $672,000. In 2023, we did a warrant article for $455,000, which came from the RIB settlement. We were able to reassign $108,000 from the ARPA money that was earmarked for Port Wedland when that project got voted down. We repurposed that for this. And then last year, we put on another $900,000 to actually get it funded fully. Right now, our numbers are coming in pretty decent. We are under our estimate, not by a lot, but we do have some contingency in there, so we're feeling pretty good. It's going to take over 450 days to build that, so we are going to be looking in the spring of 28 before it's complete. So it's a big project. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of space. So if anybody doesn't know where that is, it's right over the hill from the Full Belly Deli. There's not a lot of room there. So we have a very small footprint to work in. They will be using the filter bed parking lot, the back half, for a storage area. And we're expecting materials to start coming in there probably in the next month. They're going to start stockpiling equipment and materials in advance.
Are you going to use any of the parking spaces?
We will use the ones that we own.
The one coming down in
Yeah.
that strip where I think there are about 4 of them there?
Yes, there is. Those will be taken up by construction.
Okay.
And there will be a fence around it, and there will be movement in and around that area. It will be tight. It'll be tight for the traffic coming in and out of the parking lot, especially on days with the crane when it's setting the sumps.
So we own some property right there next to Calvary Church.
We do?
I
There's
don't
a-
think we do.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think we do. So
I thought
Calvary,
there was something that came, that's buried right there.
There is something there.
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yes.
But I
We
don't-
own a little slab of
but
property.
it's it's a tank, isn't it?
It is a
It's a
tank.
tank that, so Doug and I were actually just talking about that last week, that there's a Vortex buried there.
Yeah.
So it's probably a 10 by 10 area. It's not very
It's-
large.
it's-
I'm not
I
sure if we
was-
own it or if it's an MOU.
I think we had a deal with Cavalry to allow them to use that area.
I think we should check this
So
out.
Yeah,
that's great to know. So
Yeah,
I'll look into
I
that.
agree with you,
Because if
John.
we can gain, ideally, if we could even maybe
I don't
move.
want to cut off Calvary Church, but I'm just saying, I believe that we've given them use to allow them to build their tent there.
That rings a bell with me. I would like that.
That's great to know. And I can definitely look into that, because if that is town property, I will
But the
look into
size of the
that.
property is de minimis,
So,
small. Postage stamp.
well,
We need to check it
Yeah,
out.
we check it out.
is there any questions on Mill Street? Laner Street is complete. We got the final numbers all done from the last time I was here for this. We actually went over budget on that by $75,000.
Why?
Excuse me?
Why?
2 reasons, 2 big reasons. One, when it was initially done and bid, we had problems, which we've said quite a few times with that engineering system. Their window of signing, of us to sign them, expired. So that opened up, it went too long, basically, for HDR to do the notice of award.
That sounds like a self-inflicted wound.
It's not on us. It's a self-inflicted wound on the engineering company that
And we paid
inflicted
for
us.
it?
Huh? Yes, and we paid for it.
Still sounds like a self-inflicted wound.
So anyway, so that cost us about 20. And then what was not part of the contract was any contaminated soil, which we did find down there. We had to pay
Found
for that.
some?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we had to dispose, it had to get disposed of properly, and that took up the rest of it.
Dave, can I ask another question?
Sure.
So, unrelated or related to the project, there's been some thought leadership by people that says, that building is a little stark. And there was an ask by folks to, can we do something to soften the way it looks when you come down Laner Street? Is there any money in the budget to do that?
No, there's no money earmarked for that. What we are looking to do is come up with some options that we can propose, and then see if we can work it into our operating budget or any of the other Pump Street.
Because it does look,
It's a giant green Conex box.
it's just like this big green blob
Yes.
that kind of meets you right there.
I agree.
It's made out of composite material, correct?
Yes, it's fiberglass on a
But I mean,
on
it
a
just
metal
looks like
shipping
it
frame.
landed from
Yeah.
Mars,
Yes.
So we have looked into siding, we've looked into murals, we've looked into a few things. And the goal is in the next couple months to kind of come up with some options and present it and see what, give our 2 cents and then see what you guys like on it. And we can put a cost to it and go from there.
So can I, to start off, there's a light that's on the Harvest Market side that is like this. I came by there the other night and it was like, blew me away when I drove by there. It's ours. It's on that.
It's a motion light.
No, it was still on.
Like back on a building?
It is a
It is?
It's a motion light.
So, but it doesn't meet the code requirement for the town. It's not a fully shielded cutoff light.
Okay. We'll definitely look into that.
So the answer on my question, though, Steve, is nothing in the budget, thinking about it. I'll come back and ask you again, because it just, I'm not trying to influence this here, but it just doesn't, looks weird.
Yep, understood.
Okay.
So our tax maps are not always accurate, but our tax maps don't show anything there that is a separate little lot. But it might, maybe they granted us an easement for, I don't know, but
The other way
it's
around.
something to check.
I'll look into it.
The other way around.
The seasonal water lines I still have on here, mostly just to close it out. So we spent all the money. We put in 7 pits around town to take up the larger seasonal water line communities. So this is satisfying DES in their either bury or terminate order that we got back a couple years back. So what we did is we put in full 5-foot basins with master meters and MIUs, so we can read those. So that's given us 2 things. One, it's giving us with RPZs. So it's giving us the protection of the main line from anything that might happen in the seasonal lines.
No backflow.
And it's also allowing us to catch any leaks faster. So right now, if we show a leak somewhere in the summertime, we used to have to walk the lines and look and find water bubbling. Now we can read the meter pit and say, no, this pit's fine, this pit's fine. Oh, this pit is spinning. So there's something on this particular line. And then we can investigate that line. So that's kind of like phase 1. So I'm hoping in the summer to do another meeting with some of the seasonal residents while they're all up here, so we can get, basically all the rest of them are on private property to some extent, to see how we can go about putting these in the other areas, and we can start to chunk that line down.
Mr. Chairman, question for Steve? So similar to the question I asked earlier on a different topic, so we know the total quantity of seasonal water lines that are out there. We know how many we've set about to do something about. We know how many we've actually done something about. Can we?
Sure.
Does it make, I think it does, and if you think it's a dumb idea, fine, but it would seem to me as you manage your assets out there, you probably have this with your team going, okay, we got to get after another X number this year, and so, you know, and then the public would like to know that, right? Do they know what you're all doing?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep, we could do that.
I'm not compelling you. I'm just saying, something to think about. I mean, we're catching a lot of thought leadership from folks saying, you're not telling us what you're doing, and this is just part of your business. Wouldn't be a bad idea to let them know what you're doing.
No, I think that's a great idea. So we do reports every month as it is.
Yeah.
And we've talked about putting them actually on, publishing them
dashboard
on
or
the
something.
Facebook page so that people can see what it is that we do. Because I do think that gets lost sometimes, Paul. So.
Do the seasonal water lines, the people that you're working on their lines, they know, correct?
Well, to some extent, we told them most of them were in before we turned them on or after, so it didn't affect water per se. But yes, they know there's a large meter there. Doesn't affect their water system. It's more for us to protect the rest of the town.
I don't care. I care that the seasonal water lines are operated and everything, but what you do there doesn't affect me, it affects them. And if they know what's happening with their line, that's a good thing.
All good? Green Street, so that project, that plan set is pretty well done. We were hoping to do that project this summer, but that did not make it to the warrant, so that plan will get shelved through till 27 at this point. That plan set to do that line. So next time we do this, that one will come off the list.
So does that go with Crescent Lake Ave?
Yes. Yeah, it's Crescent Lake Ave. So that warrant article was written for the water, basically the water that feeds Green Street. So the interchange there from the main on Main Street went a very strange set of turns and a lot of angles. And so when we put Green Street together, we came across that and we hooked it up knowing we were going to be doing Crescent Lake Ave. So that plan set basically addresses that intersection, and then we were able to get the main line down through on it as well.
So is it solvent?
is it gonna hold, you mean?
Yeah.
No guarantees. I mean, it's not gonna blow apart. Are we gonna have leaks on it? Probably. I mean, since I've been here, we've had 3 leaks on that line, so I don't.
What are we talking about? Green Street, or are we talking about
We're
Crescent
ta-
Lake?
yeah,
Talking
we're-
about Crescent Lake Ave.
Yeah, we're talking about Crescent Lake Ave, where all the connections
street.
come together that he just talked to
Oh,
about.
that'll hold.
Yeah.
That's, you know, I mean, as far as the line on the road itself, I can't guarantee it's not gonna have a leak between now and we replace it. Yeah, there's very few mains in this town that I would guarantee won't have a leak.
Yeah, just,
Green
again,
Street is
clarity.
one, this one out here, Center Street, the new ones. Any of those that are vintage like that, they leak, I think they leak all the time. And I think that's part of our loss issue, is I think the pipes weep and the joints weep all the time.
Just clarity, please. I heard us talking about Green Street, and did we go across the street and have a conversation about Crescent Lake?
So, yes, so this plan
We're talking
said,
about Green Street, right?
That's right, that's what's on here, but that led into Crescent Lake.
correct.
Okay. Because of the, you got some concerns, there's something
They're connected.
happening over there.
They're connected.
Correct.
They don't feed off the main, they feed off each other,
They
basically.
feed off each other?
Yes.
Nasty. Okay.
But as I heard you correctly, you're not concerned about the new junction in there. You're worried about the old pipe.
I'm not worried about the new stuff that's in, I'm worried about the old
Worried
stuff.
about the old stuff.
I'm not worried about the stuff that runs up to the tower and that's on South Main. I'm not worried about Green Street. Anything other than that is anybody's guess.
Reassuring.
Well, that's all over town. The one that bothers me more is North Main.
And tell me about it. I agree with that 100%.
Right, you know, so,
And speaking of Maine, so South Main Water, spelled south wrong. South Main Water, that job is done. From the time I sent you this, I got the final calc of closeout number, and the number that we came in under is 235,000. So just a little bit of background of clarity. The original project included what we did, but also included Railroad Ave and around to Central Ave to take care of that loop. When the pricing, we did that as a bid alternate because we didn't think the budget was going to cut it. And we were correct, so we did when those came in. So we only did the main line. The original budget, when it was proposed back in 22, I guess, the goal was to try to cover all of it, and it did not. So we had to reduce the scope. We have 235,000 left. A little off topic, I'm going to ask when the time comes to have that money put back into the water fund so I can continue to do mains. That's already been approved, and it's already factored into the rates for payback. So, but just to give you a heads up. Any questions on that one?
So which one was that again?
South Main Water.
Okay.
With me.
All set with that one?
Yep.
The next one is the South Main sewer. So that is that plan set is 90% complete. It just needs to have environmental review done on it. We have a bunch of CCTV runs to look through. We know the INI is extremely heavy on that.
Where's
one.
this, Steve?
This is out here. This is South Main, Pickering Corner.
So we got INI out here?
Oh, yes, we know that.
And does gravity make water go downhill?
It does.
Okay, and is the general tendency to go that way?
Yes,
Okay, just checking.
sure does.
yeah, I guess my question is, we held up this year from going on because we didn't get any state funding,
Yeah.
which we did on the pump stations. But because of Paul's demonstration here, we may need to do this whether we get state funding or not next year.
My recommendation when I met with Jim last week was, regardless of what, because as we get into down to the capacity study and as we get into looking at all this stuff, we need to buy back our INI somehow. And the only way to do that is to fix these mains. That is probably the largest contributor in town. So the sewer project, unlike the water, is going to go from Pickering Corner all the way into Mill Street, into the pump station. So that whole line will be new. That's the line underneath the bridge, and everything will be new. New catch basins and everything. So that is one of our largest contributors of INI. So we can continue to look for forgiveness, and help from the state, but I'm going to push that through as much as I can, recommend that as a #1 priority because of what we're facing long term.
So we talked about this when the warrant articles came up, and I said, should we actually be looking to allocate 4 million or whatever it's going to take to do the project so that we can fix the problem? Or should we sit and wait till we get grant money and funding? And Jim said, well, maybe we should look at that. I know that I just read an article in Guilford. They just bonded $12 million so they could fix all their roads all at once and do their drainage. So other communities around us are doing just that because they feel that their buying power is being lost as time goes by. So where do you stand on that?
Well, as far as the $12 million
I'm
bond,
intellectually aligned with what you were just saying there, John.
listen, I will always take it because I think fixing stuff sooner is better. But ultimately, I don't pay the bill. You know what I mean? I think the sewer, if we look at it and look at it reasonably, I can tell you that if we put that on the warrant for 27, March comes around, fingers crossed it gets passed, right? At best, we're going to look at a fall construction start. That's at best. That is going to run us into 28, which means the bond payment won't be due till 29, first bond payment. And I know the debt service in 2029 drops off.
Yes.
So I think that is a very smart way to go.
So when you do a new pump station on Mill Street and you say that line goes all the way to it, don't you want all those mechanics all to be fresh and new as you bring them all together?
Ideally, yes. So we're not, again, we're looking at it from I&I standpoint and what we have to get that number down. You guys have already seen it. We're talking about now putting some pumps back in. Our capacity is going to go, we're going to have an issue. And one of the ways we can do it is buy back that I&I. But it's going to cost money.
So I think what's getting teed up here, and we haven't, probably going to start getting into it. Linda's right. Brian's right. We got holes in pipes. We've been waiting for the state to send us some good news. It's not going to happen. We got a capacity study. The first thing on the capacity study says your plant's at 80% of capacity. Ding, ding, ding. That's a problem.
Well, but it said your plant is at capacity because of your effluent disposal.
Right. So you got a whole bunch of confluences here, and what Steve's saying is, and I think this is where we ought to talk. We got to look at what goes in, what goes through, and what goes out, and that has, to me, it has questions about how we do roads, how we do lots of things, and so we may. I'm not suggesting throw the deck of cards up in the air, but we may have to approach these questions of investment much differently than maybe we've done in the past. And that's okay. I mean, that's what we should do. Yeah. That's what I'd like to spend my time on.
So we have a little bit different issue than Guilford in that if we were to do all our roads, we would have to be doing our sewer at the same time. We'd have to be doing our stormwater at the same time. And we would have to be finding a place to get rid of more of our effluent, because our effluent, and we'll get to that discussion later, we're at 92% for that. Yeah. So our plant is only at 50%, I think, capacity, but.
If I may, Dave, not to speak for John, I think what his point was is just bonding a larger amount to get something done, regardless of what that was, looking at the roads. I think everybody knows how I look at these, how I plan the roads out. Maybe you don't, and I can speak to that a little bit later on too, but we have asset management plans for everything. In 2017, the town, I believe, got grants to pay for, for water mains, for drainage, for sewer, for roads. Mm-hmm. So when I got here, I dusted those off and I look at them and I take, okay, well, let's see. Well, this road needs to be done, but I refuse to pave a road that doesn't have a new water main under it, or if the water main needs to be replaced.
Have you ever seen us do that? Pave
Yes.
the road with a busted water, or not busted,
Yes.
with an old crappy water main under it?
Yes, and if you've driven over.
You've seen us do that.
Yeah, which is why I won't do it. That to me is not feasible. So I take the asset management plan for the water and the sewer, and I take the asset management plan for the roads, and I go like this, and I find the ones that line up. and then I find the budget to fit it, and that's how we put the roads together to go forward each year. You know, that's why we do a Green Street, that's why we do a River Street, that's why we did, did propose a Crescent Lake Ave, and we look at it that way. You know, we're gonna pave Sewell Road, but Sewell Road's utilities on that run are good. You know, they're within its lifespan. You know, the piping will overrun the pavement lifespan, so then you can do that. All that stuff has to be taken into consideration. You gotta look at it holistically. You can't just look at one versus the other.
And
If
for
not, you
my-
end up with a road with a zipper in it.
For my colleagues, my question was not a gotcha. So anybody who says, oh, there's a gotcha, it's not a gotcha question. It is a question that we have to ask ourselves going forward about how we manage our road infrastructure. And we may have to think about doing it real differently. Having heard this character down at the end of the table saying, I ain't putting blacktop on something that hasn't been fixed underneath. You know, we may want to have that. I don't know whether it's policy or just it's smart.
It's my policy, Paul. I refuse.
There you go. There you go. Thanks. Okay.
Okay. Moving on, Jockey Cove, that is sitting where it's sitting. We talked about that, I think, at warrant article time, and what we're going to do and what we wanted to do. Right now, it's on hold through till April 1st. And then I guess we'll revisit it sometime in the next month and figure out where we're going to go. I do believe that that property is under contract to be sold, so that might help figure out which path that's going to work.
Question, and this is for later. The unanswered question that I think we need to just get our heads around is that how high is that water table down there?
It's very high.
How high in the spring? How high in the summer?
Yep.
How high is it? And I just want to know that as a point of information. I don't want you to go out and spend money, but just as a point of information, because it seems to me it's just a bowl. And I just want to know that, because a high water table would tell you, to Brian's point, something's going to hit it. But we want to know about that. Okay.
Dave.
Thank you.
So that warrant article that talked about the Jockey Cove engineering was to do engineering from Sewell and Forest Road Junction to the Cary.
To the Cary?
No.
No.
That was strictly for that pipe, just
for that
at the
pipe.
King's property.
So you'll have to go back and look at the warrant article and read the article. It says from Sewell Road to Jockey Cove.
The forest main was, but not this.
Not the drainage.
It says to engineer drainage from,
I'll have to go.
All right, so we'll go back and look at it.
We'll go back and look at that.
What's the point?
my point is, I'm wondering why the article said that.
Okay.
We'd have to go back and look. I'll go back and look. It's not
That's
my understanding.
that's my
We'll
ask.
go back and look.
Yeah.
Simple. Nope.
Everybody all set with that one?
Yep.
Next one is the 2025 town road upgrades. $900,000 was approved. We spent $875,000, basically. We shimmed part of Sewell Road. We reclaimed Point Sewell, parts of Beach Pond. We replaced all the culverts and everything that was new. We base paved Point Sewell in that section of Beach Pond. We rebuilt 90% of Cowper Road. We got a little bit of gravel to add in the spring. We ran out of time. Did all new culverts on that road, drainage upgrades. Now I've commissioned Stantec to do a plan for Haynes Hill. If anybody's been across Haynes Hill, as you're going up, right by you get to the last section of pavement, there's a very large drop off on both sides.
Is that where that gentleman's going to get his guardrail?
That's
You
correct.
promised him?
Yep.
Did you, you're going to do it?
Yes. Well, yes. It's assuming everything passes. Yes.
Thank you.
So I have the Article 10 Jockey Cove Stormwater Engineering article in front of me. To see if the town will vote and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of engineering a drainage system from Sewell Road down the Jockey Cove side of Forest Road to the Cary, map lot 228048. This appropriation is non-lapsing pursuant to RSA 32(7)(6) and shall lapse on December 31st, 2025 upon completion, whichever occurs first.
So I think with the lot, not to argue that, I think the intent when that was written, I didn't write it, but I think the intent was catch the water that comes from Sewell Road down through, because it has the map and lot number attached to that one lot. Because that water flows into, if you're looking at that house, the water flows into that wetlands that's on the left and then passes through that culvert that you and I have looked at before.
Yeah.
Goes out, hits that little pancake box and then goes out into the Cary. That's what I think the intent of that is.
So that money's lapsed, though, also.
Yep, that money would have lapsed in December 31. Yep. Yep, so that's gone.
But the point John made, I think, is a fair point, and the point is, as he recalls the warrant, it said we're going to do this much, and a few of us said, and it's not a criticism, we're going to do this much. And so maybe the next time you do one of these with us, you just update us on how that went from this much to that much. And it might be, to you just said, we wanted to harvest water, and we figured out a way to do it. But it's a fair question. Deserves clarity.
Yeah, I think as Steve was saying, we were looking at the water that was coming down in the wetlands. It was coming down and dumping into that, because that would dictate what you needed to do there.
But that water was coming down on the Sewell Road side. Dave Ford had picked up the water coming down on the...
This is in the wetlands, it's not on the road.
No, I understand. David picked up all that stuff on the other side of the road at the Cary Beach.
Correct.
But this article that John's referencing picked up the water from the corner of Sewell down to the Cary. The corner of Sewell is ledge.
I think he was thinking that it would collect the water that's running down that wetland to the Cary, was my understanding.
Yeah, okay. More clarity on that would be.
Or to prevent it from getting to that wetland.
To the Cary?
That's the way I read it. The object there is to collect that water before it ends up in that wetland, and so you can do something with it before it all congregates down in the low area down there, because your elevation is a lot higher, so you could do something with it before it got down to that low area.
Just for me, I'm calling what you're saying wetlands the Cary.
I think
No.
I think the writing is a little too ambiguous based on the meetings and what the conversation was versus how it's written. So
Yeah.
I think that's...
But it's gone anyway.
It's gone anyway.
So, next.
Well, yeah, next, but, we got some folks out there that are saying, hey, I still got an E. coli out there. What the hell's going on? So we probably just want to have a closing conversation on that. All right, it's fair. Fair. I agree with you. Next.
So we're working on that design as we speak. So that pretty well sums up our money that we spent for 2025. And I'm carrying over, I try to carry over $20,000 to $25,000 each year, and just in case something happens in the course of the winter.
Sure.
My first winter here, we had no material and no money, and we had floods at Christmas. So it became problematic, and I like to make sure we have a little bit of contingency funds in case something bad happens. All right. River Street, that project has been awarded to Lyman. We're still waiting on their schedule because they're actively bidding things. They have another project in Wolfeboro, so they're probably looking at the fall. We gave them, they need to be done by November 1st. It doesn't really matter to me as long as they get it all done, and they're fantastic to work with as well. They did a great job on Green Street, so. Any questions on that one?
No.
The evaluations on the sewer pump stations. And I realized I didn't update your copy of that with the numbers. I must have skipped it. And I went back through to my notes. So to date, we have spent $58,000. And that the majority of that is all with Wood and Kern doing the evaluations of it. And then we had some other things we bought. We needed a SCADA system on Elm Street. We needed a few pumps here and there. So the majority of it is for Wood and Kern. And we're hoping to get that deliverable, I believe, in April-ish. So once we get that and review it, we'll present that through as well. Good with that one? The pressure relief valve, we did not have enough money to do that when we went out to bid, so we are going to try to redo that this year and make up the difference in operating budget.
Why did the number go up?
So, timing, I guess, Paul, we got estimates when that was originally supposed to have been in the in the filter replacement. That got removed from that project early on for budget-wise. We were hoping we were going to have contingency enough at the end to do it, so we went out and got prices. Would have been the end of '24. Josh, that sound right? Mid '24, we got prices to do it. Plant upgrade was completed. We didn't have enough money, so we said, okay, we took these bids, we added 20% to them. We put it on the warrant at 100, and the pricing came back much higher. Whether that was increase in materials, increase in labor, that jump from 24 to 25 put us over 100,000. And running in default with everything else, we didn't have enough fund to put it in.
What's the degree of risk of not doing anything around this?
Of not doing it? So right now, all we have in there is a spool piece. There isn't a globe valve in there. That was removed as part of when we had to do the bypassing. It needs to go in, it needs to be done. I mean, it's not going to blow apart and it's fine. It makes it more difficult for us to regulate and how to bypass things.
Regulate pressure.
Regulate water. So as the water comes up, whether it goes into the tank, runs around the system, back down through, it's not a pressure issue, it's a volume issue.
Okay, thank you.
Treatment plan upgrades. Continuing on the asset management plan, Josh has spent about $60,000 of that so far. We should be having some more stuff done here in the next month, doors and some other things that will chew up the majority of that was on the list. So that project's working well. We did tank inspections with that. We had the divers out and we had to certify all the big tanks. All good with that one? Our capacity study, which is coming up, I think, next. That is here. I had them while they were doing the capacity study, I had Underwood take, and over the years, they've done a ton of assessment for us. They have reports from everywhere. And from other companies, we had Tate and Howard do some. I took all of that and sent it to them, and they just compiled it all into one thing for us. So it's nice and set up. So we have that. I know one of you had asked for a copy of that, so I've been using it for an internal document, but I'm more than happy to pass that up through.
So how are mechanics in the water treatment plant?
Good.
The stuff that we bought years ago, how long's it been there?
So the plant itself, or the filter was upgraded obviously 2 years ago. As far as all the other pumps and things like that, so they upgrade them constantly. I will tell you that the change in leadership, or the change in management, I guess is a better word, we are, Josh and I are much more, and when Chris was here, we are much more forward-thinking as far as bringing things to now. Everything was very old. Even when it was new, it was old. It was old tech. It was old mechanics. And so we're trying to, everything that we do now, we replace is more state-of-the-art, more efficient, more long-lasting.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that answers your question. Tree removal, we spent all but $11,000 of that this year. Various trees all over town. Our last bunch, we did some downtown here and then did some in North Wolfeboro. And
So is the prospective tree that could get taken down up at Pickering Corner in that $11,474?
honestly, I'll look at it, Paul. If it's one tree, we might just take it down.
Okay.
And not, because in order to have access to the 11,000, then you have to have a public hearing, I have to come through you, I have to ask permission to spend the money, and by that time, I'd cut the tree down.
Heck, we could do one of them for you.
And the last one is the sewer treatment plant and their ongoing maintenance.
You missed the INI, maybe I missed it. So $5,000 to figure out what we have for INI? Wait, do you get a map?
So it was not, they did not do anything new. So you're talking 10, 15, 20 years worth of data that was scattered amongst 3 or 4 different engineering systems, and I had them compile all of that for us.
And I asked for a copy of it.
Yeah.
That's what we need to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same space that you are. I mean,
I need copies of things
like
to.
a picture
Yep.
That kind of lays out the town, and, the big finger that goes right there, right there. And so that we could help each other figure out where we put the next erg of investment.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I'll get that to you guys.
So I think, Paul, what Steve is saying is, when they did the I, they did the same thing. They drove the track down through the thing.
Yep.
From up by the high school, all the way down past my house, all the way to Morrissey's. And then they found they had 6 different areas where they spent $248,000 to dig the holes up, figure out what was going on. And they fixed those areas, and then they put the plastic in there. They blew it to the sidewalls because those were cement bale ends, and so that kind of sealed off those areas. So,
in a lot of this, so we or me or however you want to look at this, records are not very well. So what we inherited. So a lot of this stuff. And Linda's been great with it. She'll email me and say, hey, do you have this? And I'll be like, don't know exists. So then I go on and I try to find it, and I call and I do the research to find out who did the report, what engineers did it, so that we can try to get copies of them. Underwood did a lot of that stuff for us, and they do have a portal, which is great. The problem is their portal collapsed a few years back.
Lovely.
And they'll put on stuff when I ask them for it.
Sure.
But if I don't know it exists, I can't ask for it. So that is one of the drawbacks to the setup that we have here or had here when I came at the end of 22 is trying to dig up all of this stuff so that we can use it. And a lot of it is my guys that have been here for a long time, Josh's been here for 10 years, so that's great, and have a conversation. Linda's been great with that because she saves everything. Brad was great with that for the same reason. But short of that, if it's not for that, there was no records, there was no. Everything we do now, we digitize, P drive, so that, when I go, whoever takes my spot can click on that.
God forbid if the P drive blows up, we're out of business.
We're in big trouble.
Well, luckily,
We're in deep shit.
It's backed up in the cloud.
luckily for you guys, it's
No,
right
but
here.
I think the point Steve's making, and we had this even last night at planning board. We're sitting around at the planning board. I'm off topic, but I think the point makes sense. Somebody raised the question, this is, how many Class 6 roads do we got in the town? Where are they? It's kind of like, do we have a list? And Suzanne, kindly reminded us that 8 years ago in the master plan there was, and so we have a lot of data, but we don't have any ability to consolidate that into a piece of information. And this is what we're supposed to be really, and I'm not picking on you. This is what we're really supposed to be good at. So we really got to get good at spending the money, unpopular comment.
And I'm sure that Steve's P drive.
Spending the money to get good at keeping these data in a place where you can look at it, we can look at it.
I'm sure Steve's P drive is saved with Block 5.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Stuff that he has is
I was being
not going to be lost.
metaphorical.
It's not going to get
I was
lost.
being metaphorical.
I think this is where the town has grown, because we didn't have the computer capacity. We didn't put it on computers. I don't keep as much paper as I used to because it's far easier to have it on the, no, I don't.
A little bit on that.
Areas that we now can use that I got rid of. So I think that, and we didn't keep, I don't know why the records didn't come over. They didn't.
Yeah.
And just another little behind the scenes thing. When I got here, and somebody would call and ask about a road, we literally had a 3-ring binder that was this thick that you had to open and go through it, page by page. It wasn't even in alphabetical order to find what a road was, to find a town road, what the length was, what the width was, and what all that is. We have all of that digitized now. I can sit right here and I can pull up any road in town, tell you how long it is, tell you how wide it is. Our GPS unit that we've purchased, that we got a grant for, that we purchased, as we're compiling our water shutoffs and our hydrants into that. Yep. We also are putting our culverts into it and our catch basins into it, so we can build that database that I can sit here and I can pull up what it is.
See, when I first came on as a Board of Selectmen, we didn't even have good maps of where our water line is.
We still don't have good maps, but
Well, we at least know where
Whoops.
our
Yes.
valves are going
Yes.
up and down Main Street, which we didn't, and we had them printed out. But now we have it with the programs you can have today where it can be at your
You know-
fingertips. So we're growing in the right direction.
You know where all the water lines are that you've done.
the ones that I've done, we have them captured on the GPS unit for the shutoffs. But there's still so many of them in town that the crew comes here on occasion, has to go down the basement and pull out the 3x5 tie card that goes from, Mrs. Smith's corner of her, deck to the oak tree, and the deck is gone, the oak tree is gone, and we're out there with the metal detectors when you see it. So, but once we find them, we shoot it capture it with a GPS, and we can put that in a database. So going forward, if Mrs. Smith calls to have her water shut off, those guys can go out in the wintertime, boom, they can get it within an inch, find it, shut it off, and we're good to go. So eventually, the whole town will be like that.
So back to the I&I.
Yes, sir.
Where's our roadmap for the I&I? Where are we focusing on?
We need to focus right out here. This is number one for me. And it's
I think John's asking the broader question that says if you had a series of investments that you could
Yeah.
make, what would be your top 5 I&I investments? You say that's number 1. Okay, what about number 5?
Okay.
Yep.
I can put that together.
Yeah, I want to know where we've done it, where we're going, how we're going to close the loop.
Well,
I can certainly put that together for you.
Because this is low-hanging fruit.
Isn't that what that I&I assessment
Well,
coming together is going to be the report?
What that says is just says, this road has this road has that. As far as the roadmap goes, I'm going to draw that because again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at that and I'm going to look at the roads and I'm going to put that together.
So we need that.
It's gonna be a major-
And the roadmap. Because at
Correct.
times, we may want to go, you may say this, we may want to go back and read.
Correct.
Well, it's
So-
gonna be something that we have to address right now because we got something coming up next that says we're gonna have to solve some of this problem.
Well, we're going to have to put a plan together and then put a warrant article out next year because we have no money this year to do anything. If we don't have an appropriation, we cannot spend any money.
I understand that, but we have to know where we're gonna spend that money first.
And I can put that map together for you. That's not a problem.
I heard it a little
We're
differently.
actively working on that anyway.
I heard it just a little differently, and I agree with everybody else. But Steve, I think, is starting to tell us is we need to stitch together. It's not a road. It's not a sewer line. We need to stitch together this whole thing and look at it in construct and say, when you make a dollar investment in a road, you have to check a box. Is there anything underneath that road that we need to fix? Check the box. And if there isn't, then fine. But let's not throw blacktop all over the place and, then we have to zip the road in 16, 18 months because something busted. Or there's a lead pipe or there's a hydrant. And I think you're suggesting check the box, but we're challenging you back to give us data.
Sure, that's not a problem.
Give us not data. Give us information.
Give us the information.
Give us the information.
Yes.
So that
We have it, so that's easy enough to pass
because
through.
we're supposed to lay out roads. I think that's our job. So give us information so that we can help make those decisions.
Sure.
With you. Okay. Thank you.
Next.
I think that's all of them.
That's enough.
I just had a citizen text me and say, Steve, that they were thoroughly impressed with your presentation.
So we're having 2 meetings going on here.
Is that my mom?
That was his mother.
Wasn't your mom?
Mrs. Randall. It was.
She's
It was
not
his
watching,
mother.
I guarantee that.
Oh, that's great. I get people just
Okay.
saying, would you turn the damn lights
What do
down?
we got next?
So you're all set with that then? Capital update? Okay, the next one is yours too.
They're all mine pretty much now.
Wastewater sewer capacity study.
Yep. Well, we've talked around it quite a bit tonight. You have it. My goal for this evening's conversation is basically to make sure you have this, make sure you have read it or will read it. There is a 2-3-page summary from Underwood that I basically, Keith, Josh, and I put together last week that hits the high points of what we need to do. I think I've already mentioned them a couple times tonight, which is we got to get the I&I down, and we need to look at the effluent system. So those are our have-tos. in Paul's terminology, have-tos right now. And then going forward, we can continue, I'll build that roadmap for you guys on where the bad spots are. I will tie in any water main projects that need to go with it and any road projects that need to go with it. And that's how I will categorize those in the 1 through 5s, let's say. So that, and I can also try to put some estimates to them, at least for now, numbers. And if I do it out 5 years, most of this stuff is in our 5-year plan anyway, but I can update that and to go forward and have the backup for the I&I to go with it.
I have one. They were talking about trying to do something with the spray fields and the spraying. And do you have the history on when we changed it around so we went from 2 inches to 3 inches? Do you have that history?
I do.
Okay.
And I got that from Keith last week when we, in our meeting we had. So, you know, we talked about drip lines, you know, because I've done this stuff for many years too, so I built them. You know, I've built drip lines, and I've built, you know, we looked at that. We looked at whether or not we own that 319 line. You know, could we do something in that? We don't. You know, or replace the spray fields with drip lines. You know, Underwood has the, Keith said Underwood has the largest one that's been built in the state. It's 40,000 gallons a day that it handles, a drip line. So, but the problems we have in Wolfeboro is our soil is junk.
Yeah.
And it doesn't.
What's the?
It's junk.
Junk?
It's junk. It doesn't.
J-U-N-K?
J-U-N-K.
Not good
It's Paxton Clay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I'm a dirt guy, Paul, still at heart.
Very
So,
helpful.
So I
it
guess,
does not leach well.
so that's my question about those spray fields and drip irrigation and how much we've already put into
Right.
the area.
You know,
Because
and
we looked at that before when we were trying to decide whether we redid the RIB or whether we looked for a site to do.
Keith also told me that he believes there's still some expansion available at the RIB. When they redid that and they did those burrito lines, he thinks that there's still some expansion that could be done there. Well, all of these things are things that Josh and I are actively going to start hammering on because we need to, just can't wait. We got to at least have a plan in the next few months of where direction we're going to go in.
And I think it would help us if we get some more of that backup information.
Yeah.
So just two things that I saw was the plant looks like it has only running at 46%.
You're talking about the wastewater plant?
Yes.
So the wastewater plant is not the issue with this.
Correct.
It's the effluent disposal.
The effluent disposal is at 92%.
So let me back this up. I was asked to work on a capacity study.
Yep.
I guess you folks have been asking for it for years. So I looked at this and we sat down and we said, okay, we can look at this way, or we can look at this in phases. And I did it in phases, and we started at the two outskirts. So we started at the effluent disposal for the wastewater, and we started at Upper Beach Pond for the clean water.
Correct.
To assess that. Then we move into the plants, then we move into the mains, we move into the, whether it be sewer pump stations or the PRVs or whatever. That's how we're going to go with this. Well, we've identified a problem right at phase 1. So on the wastewater side, we need to address that.
Yep.
Once that is done, we can continue to work in on that phasing to work in. But until we can have an answer for that, how much effluent we can gain, I can't go anywhere else because I can't say we can go here. Then we can assess the mains. You know, as we do the I&I, we cut that down, we're going to be able to know that what the capacity of those mains are, number 1, and 2, we're not going to have any inflow in them. So that's a double fold issue and to be able to help that.
Yeah.
So.
And the only other one I had was on page 3, it says, Underwood Engineering suggestion, we recommend this be an ongoing year-to-year effort, and they're talking about the cost of the operations. It says, including the following recommendations in the asset management plans, facility plans, and master plans, rates should be set to continue to not only meet expenses, but also increase capital reserve funds.
Correct.
So I think that with a study like this and with them operating our facilities and working with us, that we need to follow their lead when they tell us what we need to charge for water and sewer and things going forward.
We also have, as I recall, coming out of Wood and Curran, an assessment of the plant.
Correct.
So we have one doing this and another one
Correct.
doing the plant.
Yeah, doing the actual plant itself. So,
So
by,
you've got two things going on there.
I don't know, do you guys get the numbers every month from the plant? You do, don't you?
I don't anymore. I don't
don't?
get, no, I used
Is
to
that-
get them
is-
regularly.
that- maybe that's, what, Paul?
We don't get,
So when you see those numbers each month, so this wasn't a surprise to me, because I can watch the numbers every month and realize, and know we're well over 80%. I think we've been well over 80% for quite some time. So it's not news, it's not panic, but it's very concerned. You know, we need to be concerned, we need to pay attention to this going forward.
So my friend Troy out there asked me the question, what's not allowing the people to have their own wells?
It's,
their own wells? What are you
Yeah,
talking-
they want, yeah, why can't,
what are you
no,
talking-
we have this is a two-part thing. We have water and we have sewer.
Right.
Yep.
And when you are in a certain area, you have to hook to the water supply, and you're so close to the sewer system, you have to hook to the system.
Right.
Are there any allowances now to allow people to have their own well or to have their own septic?
So as it's currently written.
No.
The answer is no. As it's currently written, if somebody goes to put a house in, this is my knowledge because it's happened, I believe, 3 times since I've been here. Somebody goes to put a house in, if they're zoned in the area that they have to tie in water. But just because there's a water main there doesn't mean I can actually give them water. I use Hemlock Drive as a perfect example.
Hemlock is a good example.
Hemlock is a perfect example. 3 house lot subdivision went up there.
Yeah,
They come
right.
for us, and I'm like, sorry, nope. And I say, I can't give you water. So I send a letter that says I can't give you water. It's here. Then they have to go through the steps. They have to go to the planning board, they go to the ZBA, they have to get variances and that stuff. That's how I understand that system to work.
Right.
So I'm trying to get to a conclusion here to say, okay, if we're running tight and we're not going to have capacity, what's going to happen? Are we going to just say to the big people, you can build your big facility because you're taking care of all these people in a one facility? Or are you going to say to those blank lots out there that people want to build single-family homes that are your workforce housing and your families for your town, and you're going to say, well, no, you can't build on that lot anymore?
So that is a very small amount of stuff as far as in building into the areas now. Unless we start to look at running these mains beyond where they are now, that is where that would be a problem.
So you're saying all those lots that are out there can build on them?
So, no, because if the main can sustain it, so I understand what you're saying. What you want to know is whether or not the capacity of the water will allow them to build those. My answer to that is yes on the water, if the system will support it. That's the difference. So Hemlock is a perfect example. I don't care if there's 100 lots up there, I can't give water to those
Can't get them
people.
water.
Okay, if it's,
They can
if
drill
it,
their own well.
they could go on a well.
They can have a well.
If
But you
you
gotta
wanted
get
to build a
permission from
house
them
in the
to
middle
do
of
it.
that parking lot right out here, you can have water. That system will support that. That's the, if that, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I'm just saying, when we get to the greater than 92% ability to get rid of our effluent.
Well, that's a different, that's a different issue. We can give them water, it's not necessarily you can get rid of it. That's the problem. That's where the problem comes in.
So, well, they go kind of hand in hand when somebody wants to build a
I
build a
agree,
house.
but again, those are, like you, when you started this, you said this is a twofold.
I am. I'm looking at both things on the same page in front of me.
Yeah.
So what you're saying though is, if somebody has a lot, they still have to hook to the water, no matter what.
Again, that's how the ordinances are written. So I'm going to do a little bit of math. Ryan?
Dave, so there's a state RSA that says, it's state RSA 147:8, properties with buildings used for human occupancy or employment must connect to a public sewer if it's located within 100 feet of the premises. So you have the ability, like we do down on Forest Road, to give, levity in certain situations. And I understand the well that you're talking about, but if people are using well water and it's going into the sewer, or they're using public water and it's going into the sewer, still the same amount of water is going into the sewer system. And that's where we're having the problem, is our effluent disposal is at 92%. So if we were to put a big community within 100 feet of a sewer line, they would all have to hook up to the sewer. Now, you could give them, if there's enough room on the property, the ability to put in community wells and have their own community water system. But the same amount of water is still going into the sewers, and that becomes the deciding factor.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe I confused the issue, but the fact is, if there's sewer at your lot, you're not running it into the ground. So you could have a water line or drilled well on your property because you know you're not getting sewer going into the ground, which basically that negates your ability to draw water on your property.
So I have a personal but different scenario. I have town water and I don't have town sewer.
That's me.
Okay?
That's the majority of folks.
Now, here comes the business speak. We're supposed to build infrastructure for the citizens, and we get the permission to build these things called natural monopolies. Barry's a natural monopoly. Sewer is a natural monopoly. It is. If it was a business thing, we'd be in jail for violating the antitrust laws. The public, I think, and I think the RSA or the statute says, hey, listen, if it's coming nearby, it's in everybody's best interest to connect. And that's just the way it is. And I know I can't come up with a better explanation other than that's just the way it is. Failing that, if everybody were to answer shop and say, I've decided I don't want to hook up to the water or I don't want to hook up to the sewer, you would take that asset that we spent, god-awful amounts of money on and you'd bankrupt it. Or you'd create a situation where the remaining users would pay ungodly amounts of money, unless, of course, we wanted to just lay it on the back of the taxpayers. So the notion here of building a water and sewer system is, it is for the good of a lot of people that we do that. The question that we have to decide, and I'm getting back to what we're doing here, I personally think that we should really figure out how to make what we currently have as healthy as possible. Okay? And looking at, Linda always reminds us of the triad here, what goes in, what goes through, what goes out. We ought to kind of look at that system and make sure we understand how to make it as healthy as we possibly can, from an investment point of view, prices, all that kind of stuff, data, all that stuff. And then once we figure that out, then the next question, which we probably need to get to soon, is, well, what are we going to do about expansion? Are we going to, do the Bryan theory that says community septic systems? Or are we going to do other things? But my thing would be, first things first, we need to understand how to get that thing healthy. I&I's got to get repaired, dealt with, all that stuff. And that should be our journey for as quickly as we possibly can get on it.
Dave? Yeah. So one of the first times I met you, Paul, we took a ride when you were on the budget.
We did.
And, the kind of my thing that I've looked at since I've been here is we need to fix what we have before we look to go bigger. We have too many infrastructure issues that need to be addressed before we look to add expansion. And then when the expansion section conversation comes about, the only thing that I say to that is when I look at it, I look at the ROI on it and what the return on investment is to see how long that's going to be to make sure we'll actually make money. And that has to check those boxes.
Dave,
But right now, it's fix what we got.
And just respond to that. I completely agree, kind of the way I believe you should do things. But we also have to look out the window and look at the fact that last year, I think we had 1,600, roughly speaking, building permits flying in the door. We got people lining up wanting to do things in our town. So we have that going on, and we have this going on. And so, yeah, we gotta get this all sorted, but we can't, I shouldn't say can't, we gotta be mindful of the fact that there are people out there who may want to, I know this is about as popular as, a skunk at a lawn party, who may want to come in and do subdivisions, who may want to do other things. And we need, we can't go, hey, just wait for 5 years, we'll get back to you. We either have to have an answer or we don't. It's just that binary. Okay? Thanks.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, and that's why we did this capacity
Correct.
study. That's
Right.
where we're all trying to get here, to try to get that understanding. And it took us a long time to get this capacity
I agree.
study.
Dave, can I ask a question? Yeah. I'm curious to, short term, we're at 92%. What allows us to function as well as we do is because we have the lagoon.
Because you what there?
We have the lagoon. So we fill the lagoon throughout the lagoon. We got the lagoon. So we fill the lagoon throughout the course of the winter. We fire up the spray fields in the spring and the RABs, and we disperse it. We have active things coming to us all the time, and is where we're at with this. I don't, I'm curious to what your thoughts are on, are we at a stop? Or are we at a, well, we really can't stop, but we need to pay attention and we just continue to work forward? I think that's, for me, I think that's the path that makes the most sense. If we were at 100% or 100, be a different story. But there is a number in there that's a bit workable, and I don't think we're at the slam the brakes stage. I think we're at the slow down a little bit, pay attention to what we're doing, and make sure we have an off ramp coming down the pike. And I'm curious to what you guys' thoughts process are, because I know planning board has to weigh in. I know the phases of this, but we have people in the audience that are looking at us kind of going, is this going to affect what we're doing right now? Or is this,
We also have to get an understanding of how little space in town the sewer system runs.
Yeah.
That is the other thing.
Yeah.
That's not going to stop a development out somewhere.
No.
It has to do with more the downtown core where the lots are smaller and stuff. So I think we're looking at something very different.
And I think the infill in town, yes, it's going to add capacity to the system. I'm actually more concerned of the sump pump issue adding to the system than I am of any house or even a few duplexes that go in, let's say, multifamilies. I'm more concerned about what that aspect of this is going to do than I am of the building part. So I was just curious to what the temperature is, because, as us, as department heads with TRC and planning and how we interact with the public, just to try to get a sense of where we're going. And I think I understand, but I wanted to just kind of get your take on it.
So what's,
Stop.
yeah, what is that?
No building, no expansion, no nothing.
Just so you know, say it a little bit louder so the people.
My question was, is the board, when they read this, was their initial thing of, yeah, we're not going to add anything to anything until this is addressed? Or is it a working plan of, okay, we need to maybe just
Dave?
look at what we're doing with an eye towards the future to make sure that, we're not speeding down the turnpike doing $110 with no off-ramp.
So, okay.
That was my question to you guys. I wanted a clarification on that.
So we had a gentleman named Jordy Hutchinson say, like a month and a half ago, so how many more houses can build on the system? He asked us that. He says, when are you going to know? Do we know?
So it would depend on we could do it based on gallons right now. We could say, well, okay, we could do the math. We could figure out how many gallons a day we can produce and how much we have. And off the top of my head, I'd say we probably have 50, 60,000 gallons available. Average house, 400 gallons a day. I mean, you could do the math. It's not, which is where I'm at with it. Like, all right, if we were at 99 or 100%, obviously if it's a different point. 92, that gives us a window.
I think that question, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
So it depends on the type of house you build. I'm agreeing with you. It depends on the type of house, the type of development, what you put in, where you build it. It's not, you can't just snap and say, well, you can put 7 houses, you can put 50 houses. We did have a sewer moratorium before. I know, because I was trying to buy a lot of land in town to build a new house for my little family, and we could not. My kids were really young. We had to pass on 2 or 3 lots in the downtown area because we couldn't build on them. So this is not something that hasn't happened before. We have had to put a stop on it before. It was because we were told to by the state. Correct, Linda? Is that?
Yes, the state put the moratorium in 2005.
Yeah, which is when what I was talking about earlier, that's when we pulled so this all goes together. This is when we pulled off all the stormwater that was going in. So we're going to be putting the stormwater back into our sewer system. We're going to have a domino effect now that's going to happen, and we're going to end up maybe eating up the rest of our 8% that we have for our effluent disposal, and then there may be a stop. And there may be that you can't build and connect to the sewer system. Doesn't mean you can't build and connect anywhere, build anywhere else in town, but that could happen. This could have tripped that.
Linda?
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on that administrative order. The issue wasn't just what I. The issue was we were violating our groundwater discharge permit at the spray fields.
Yep.
That was the issue, not what was going in the drains. We were trying to get capacity by not processing regular water and just process sewer.
Yep.
And that's why we were looking at the I and why we wanted that other drain. So I don't want people to think that was the reason for the administrative order.
Oh.
So I think, John, to the question, that's a compound question. It's simple on its face, but it takes you in 48 different directions. And the answer to the question would be, well, it depends. Depends on a lot. Location in town, type of building, aquifer, no aquifer, ground, ledge. I mean, it just goes in a bazillion different directions. So the answer can't be answered. My personal opinion.
So
You can't just say 1,637. I don't think you can do that. So I get back to what can we work on? What we can work on, at the risk of being repetitive, is let's get the existing asset that we have as healthy as we possibly can. And Steve, I'm going to challenge you with some $6 words here. As you tell us how we get this thing fixed up, healthier, give us systems thinking that says if you do something to the pipe coming in, then you're going to do something to the plant, and you're going to do something going out the back door. So give us a systems thought. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're probably going to have to take the question that you were asked by a member of the public and not be able to answer it, in my view, because it's compound, but say, be more specific as to where you want to build something, and we'll get you an answer. That would be what I would say. Can you come down from heaven and just get on the ground and tell me where you want to put that foundation?
Dave. So there's usually a metric, and I think he was alluding to it. When you have a bedroom and you have a count, you usually have a metric that you go by and
Sure.
say, okay, use so many gallons, and then you can multiply that and say, okay, this is this many, let's just do the 3-bedroom, okay? And then say, we can build 100 3-bedroom homes.
I'm not sure I could even answer that question right now. And maybe Steve knows. I can't answer that question because you know what? I don't know whether you want to put that 3-bedroom home on the sewer system, whether you want to put that 3-bedroom home up on Pleasant Valley Road.
We're talking about the sewer system, Paul.
If I may,
I
Dave.
don't know what you want to do.
I understand where John is coming from, and I think this kind of goes back to the original ask of the capacity study of what you wanted, and why I could not give that to you right now.
Right.
So, to your point, let's use out to Crescent Point as an example, right? So I know that's full, but let's say there was some more houses out to Crescent Point. Well, I got to evaluate that pump station.
Correct.
So there's a lot of domino effects. So what can go, you guys, or the ask is basically, we can put 4 houses on River Street, we can put 1 house on Union Street, we can put 1 down on Clark. That I can't answer yet because there's too many variables that have to be answered. We need to get phase 1 domino taken care of, know that we're going to add whatever, we're going to do the I&I, we're going to fix the I&I, we're going to expand the spray field, whatever it is, we're going to add 100,000 gallons to our capacity. Okay. We know now we have 100,000 gallons to play with. Now let's come in a little further. So now Mill Street is all taken care of, what feeds that. Lena Street is taking care of those two. Now let's go out to the next one out and say, okay, what feeds this area? What do we need to do to fix this to expand here? What do we need to do to expand there? And then if it's a matter of, okay, we're built out, everything in the existing, then we can look at, all right, we want to run sewer.
It's a
down
compound
to the Living
question.
Museum. Right. It's a compounding question.
It's
that
tough.
I can't answer based on where it is.
It is a compounding question, but we have to reassure the public out there that want to put an addition onto their home or build a house for their kids or do something that we can answer the question. That's what that comes in.
That's a one-at-a-time question. You were teeing up a compound question. If it's a one-at-a-time, case by case, I think should be, objectively adept at doing that. And I'll take it out of this one. You know, we measure, in my world, we used to measure these things called data centers in square footage. Now we measure them in megawatts. So if somebody were to say to Barry, I want to put a 5-megawatt data center at the end of Pleasant Valley Road, he'd say, you'll blow every fuse from here to Kingdom Come. Because it's a compound question, all the stuff that he'd have to build. But if somebody says, hey, listen, I want to put a 3rd bedroom on my house and I still want to be connected to the sewer, I'm sure we can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable in, going through TRC, whatever it is, to say, yes, here it is, just like we do now on a case-by-case basis. It's much easier to deal with this at this point. If somebody's going to come in and put there was talk out behind where Paul lives to put a 40-house subdivision or something out there, let's say, they want to add to the water. Well, they're going to be the ones that put the water main in. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
They're going to do all that stuff. They're going to pay for it. There's no sewer out there.
So you've reassured the public that there's no great urgency and we're on a path to solvency of fixing our system.
That's the goal, yes.
By the way, objectively, I would love to put more people on our sewer system because the more people you put on the sewer system, the average cost per user goes down.
As long as we have the capacity.
It is a monopoly. It's a monopoly.
Okay, what's
Yeah,
next?
as long as you get all the stuff, right?
Next is Department of Public Works. Departmental update.
What are you doing?
Well, I've spoken a lot tonight. I'm going to go a little longer.
But Brian says he's got people out there saying you're doing a great job, so just
That's
keep
fantastic.
it up. We could use some added person.
That's what you like.
Because that's my job, is to make sure everybody's happy. I do a great job of that.
Failure.
So basically, I just want to give you a rundown of what we're doing. Obviously, it's winter, and this winter has not been pleasant. We have a lot of small, little, tiny snowstorms. And strangely enough, it takes just as much time to plow 2 inches of snow as it does to plow 12 inches of snow. So it's cost a lot of time. The guys are tired. They get a cranky on occasion, like most people do, especially, children don't get naps. So, but they're doing well. Our machinery is holding up halfway decent. The water department is out actively doing leak detections, training. We've had a fair amount of water breaks this winter. We're having a lot of calls on frozen lines. So that's been a nice little thing that we have to deal with. Overall, we are as fully staffed as we can be at this point. We have open position in the highway department and one in the water department that is on hold until after budget. So hopefully the budget passes. We have 2 people lined up for those jobs at this point, or 1.5, I should say. So hopefully that budget will pass and we'll be able to fill out the roster. And I had some people ask me about how we decide when we go out to plow and how we go about doing that. So I figured I'd touch base on this too. If we looked at the weather right now and say it was going to start snowing at midnight, let's say, so we would have planned to come out at probably 4 o'clock to make sure. It takes almost 3 hours to do each run for the crews to come out and do their stuff. So we can try to get out, get the roads cleared before people have to get up and go to work. That's the goal one. If we get a phone call, so how that works too is if somebody were to call up and say, hey, this road is slippery on something, the protocol is to call dispatch, and then dispatch will call in the highway department. So then they'll come in and they'll treat the areas as needed. So that's how that really works. We try not to plow in the middle of the night anymore. We've tried to get away from that, give the guys a little bit of a break, especially if they've been plowing for 2 or 3 days. You know, there's very little traffic at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So we've tried to shut them down to give them a chance to take a break. Been a lot of questions about sand and salt and what our protocol is for that. We primarily use use sand, a little bit of salt in it just to keep it from freezing. So we use we're at 80% of our usage is sand. We use straight salt in the downtown area, mostly because of traffic and foot traffic and road pack. And the sand just won't melt it fast enough. There's too much traffic that comes and goes, and it creates an ice pack and it creates a safety problem. So that's where the straight salt is used, and then everything else is sand. Our dirt roads, we use a pea stone, which works really well for 2 phases. One, it holds better as far as ice goes, so if you get a little bit of that ice, you put sand on it, you run over it a few times with the cars and it's icy again. The stone actually gives you some traction and it holds up. It also, in the spring, once everything melts, you have a stone base on your road that when you grade it back in, it's helping our road bases. So that's just a little bit behind the curtain things, things that people have asked throughout. You know, if they see me in the back row and they'll ask me how or why we do things the way we do. That's basically how that is. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay. Next, does anybody have any old business?
I have some old business. Take one of those and pass it down. So what I've got here is some pictures. Our first page is commercial dock restrictions on municipal docks that Jim got this for us, and we did have a little meeting the other day, and I voted to not allow commercial dock leases, and I was going off of what Jim had recommended to us, and it didn't pass. I went down 4-1, but we're already into it, so I think we're going to have a public hearing on this coming up, so maybe somebody else will bring it up. My next one is the Libby Dock, and I have some pictures of the Libby Dock where you can see, I made a comment of, you know, it's in rough shape right now, and we're going to put barges up against it. You can see the pilings going in 2 different directions, and then the third picture is where the tipped post is. You can look down at the second 6x6, and you can barely see the split going through the middle of it, but that 6x6 is only sitting on about 1 inch of true wood. And then as you look to the outside end of the dock, you can see that the last row of 6x6s is all spun out. The third one down is only touching like a 3/8 of an inch, and the top of it's only touching 3/8 of an inch. So that one's almost ready to roll right out. So you have and you can, if you look from the top to the bottom, you can see it's leaned out almost to 6x6. It's probably 4 inches out between the camber. So I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, because if we do put people out there, we probably should be watching and seeing what's going on. But as you can see, the dock is in need right now of some work.
He's gone. We have about 34,000 in our
It's in 40, I think it's about 42.
42. And we raised the barge landing fee to $5,000. So if we get 3 like we did this year, that's $15,000 addition. So we'll have $58,000 to do some repairs on the dock this year.
No, we have no appropriation.
It's money in the bank.
No, you can't spend money without an appropriation.
We'll have to get a vote on it.
You have to get a vote to take money out of the capital reserve.
It's not in the capital reserve.
There's no money in that revolving fund,
It's
$15,000?
not in the capital reserve. It's in a revolving fund.
So you have to get a voter to do it?
I think you have to get money appropriation to.
That's a dead-end street.
Correct.
So we'll have enough money so that next year on the warrant, we can take and spend $60,000 and do some repairs on that dock if we need to.
So,
If we get 3 barge people this year.
Paul?
yeah, so news to me, and I would not have supported that, but, you know, I probably did, so. I sent you guys, I don't know if Amy sent it out, she's been really underwater lately, but I did this calculation last June. The dock down there has about a lot of this came from Luke, because he's in the business. The dock has a 20-year life, the ramp has a 10-year life. It would cost us $45,000 to replace the dock, $10,000 to replace the ramp. Based upon what we're collecting, we probably need to invest 17, 18 grand ASAP to, and John's right, I mean, the dock looks like wavy gravy. I mean, it's, there was an ask or a comment about bubbling the dock, and I think this board has decided we don't bubble the dock, right? Because we use that for jet ski, or one of those winter snowmobilers. Well, that just crushes the darn thing. So I was, I'll take it as a personal oof that we don't have the ability to fix it, but we got the money in the bank. We just, we need to get it out and fix it, because it won't last. And we'll just wind up yelling and screaming at people while you wreck the dock, and they go, well, it's like the little book that says, it was on fire when I laid down on it. Remember that book? So we got the money, and we're collecting fees, and we raise the fees, so we should be able to do something here.
So this information, John, that you brought to us about not renting, did you get that from Amy, or did you get that on your own, or?
Jim sent that to us.
Yeah, that's the information that I gave to Amy last year when we were starting to talk about this, because I called all the, and my second question is, didn't we all vote that commercial boats were going to be charged, vessels were going to be charged $3,000 each to land at the dock? That was your motion, John, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
But by my first motion was to not allow them.
So your first motion was to not allow them, and your second motion was to charge $3,000 per vessel. And then we all voted and agreed on that, I believe. So now there is $3,000 per vessel to land at the docks.
So it was, the initial amount was $327 per vessel. So
no, it wasn't $327 per vessel. The initial what they were paying, or the initial what we were suggesting?
You know, Mr. Senator,
I don't know where you're going with this.
I don't understand either.
So we voted to charge people $3,000 to use the commercial dock, period.
Mm-hmm.
We've cleaned out the dock, was it Dock G? You know, I always get it right. Everybody's moving over to the commercial dock. We said seven people can use that. 5 are forget about the Millie B, forget about the Mount Washington. By the way, we owe ourselves an answer on what the prices should be for Mount Washington. But we said seven folks can use it. 5 and then a lottery, right? Was there a lottery?
There were 2 lotteries.
Yeah, a couple of lotteries. So that decision, I think Brian and John, pencils are down on that.
And 12 vessels maximum. We also voted on.
Okay, pencils are down on that. Revisiting it is, interesting. The Libby dock, I agree with John. It does look like a little hokey, and we got to figure out a way to fix it, or it's just going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart, and it's going to be a what show. So now what?
Linda?
Yeah, I think John said it. This is going to go out to a public hearing, and we'll hear from the public.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other business?
Nope.
Town manager's not here, right?
No, he's not. Committee reports. John, you want to start?
Yeah, so my committee report is, it's gonna be something a little different. My committee is myself at this point. I'm gonna tell the public that I believe I made a mistake by voting to approve the budget. After the vote was taken, I felt like George Bailey in the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Bailey shakes Potter's hand and then offers, then looks down at his hand and says, "I just made a deal with the devil." Bailey realizes the actions jeopardizes his fundamental beliefs. I too felt like I made a mistake after the vote. I reflected on the people and where we were going to mislead them by the budget facade of not telling the truth to the voters. The budget increases were not what they were presented as. In fact, adding warrant articles, the percent increases were to jeopardize the trust of the people who pay the taxes in Wolfeboro. Until taxes are under control, people will cut. Sebastian had it right. A 2.7% increase would be in line with inflation. And I'm going to reflect on what Jim said, but I'm just going to put it a little bit of spin on it. If cuts come down to a person, I would expect Jim to take actions on his management to refocus on the things that he needs to do.
I had a Conservation Commission meeting. That's all I had. No.
Yeah, I attended the Historical Society meeting, and they're working on developing their summer events. And as you heard tonight, they're putting together what they're going to do for the 250th anniversary. I attended the Libby Trustees monthly meeting. Use is up again. Here's a few statistics, and this is January 2026 over 2025. New patrons cards are up 110%. Renewals are up 32%. Adult programs offered is up 25%. Attendance is up 176%. New children programs are up 300%, and attendance is up 248%. As you can see, our library is used, and the programs are growing, and the people are coming. I attended the Community TV board meeting this morning. The board is continuing to work on its new business model and adding new board members. Yesterday, Wolfeboro Waters met. The communication subgroup is working with the Wolfeboro Watershed Association to place informative signs at the different beaches and ramps, and they're going to educate people on the lake about how to not feed the animals, the role of Marine Patrol, talking about wake, effective wakes and invasive species, and they will have the different kiosks to the beach that it's on. So if it's on Winnipesaukee, it will relate to Winnipesaukee. If it's on Wentworth, it will relate to Wentworth. The Mitigation and Prevention Subcommittee will continue to meet with the state to develop a lake level chart with dates and height for the Crescent Lake Dam to keep the water in Smith River. We're trying to so the fish don't die. They will be holding a public hearing once they have this chart designed in early spring to receive public input. The committee viewed all the memos and test results on the dockside pipe issue. Next month, the committee will review the Milfoil Committee's document on the use of Procellacor, along with reviewing the Wolfeboro Bay Management Plan to see how the different general maintenance items had been addressed, and to look at what other areas should be addressed. Brian will do the EDC, and at the Boston Bruins alumni game at the Pop Wheel and Ice Arena last weekend was heavily attended.
Paul?
I was at that Pop Whalen Bruins game. It was awesome. 150 people showed up. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And the Kingswood people played valiantly. They lost 6-3. Bruins spanked them, or was it 7-3? It was a spanking. It was good though. It was a great game. It was fun. Kids had a blast. I've been to a couple of planning board meetings. People are coming in for kind of theories about things they want to do, camps, things of that nature. Visited with the police commission. That's always fun to do. A lot of good things going on in the police department. A lot of good things. As you hopefully heard tonight, a lot of good things going on in the highway department, water and sewer as well. I've spent some time with folks who've reached out to me, just kind of have conversations, and John and others are doing the same thing. Just kind of got coaching about what they want to know, what's going on with the budget, why should they vote for it, why should they consider some of the things. But they also, and I don't say this for any other reason, but I keep getting this one theme coming back all the time. Work on the big stuff. Don't spend time focusing on the cracks on the sidewalk. Work on the big stuff. And I think that's, and we did that tonight. I thought we started to have a conversation about the big stuff. And that's kind of something that I'd like us all to carry forward. One loose end, we do have to get back together and sort how we do the Mount Washington landing fee. And I agree with Linda, we also have to have a follow-up on the Purcell conversation, which we'll do.
It's going to go to the Milfoil Committee and then come here.
Good. All right. Thanks. Yeah, because there's a lot of back and forth on that, PFAS and all of that stuff. Okay. Thank you.
So I had an EDC meeting. I missed a Heritage meeting, but I caught up with the chair of the Heritage Commission. We were at our docs meeting at the time. And the docs meeting went very well. And I have a question for Steve. How much was the Crescent Lake Street or the Crescent Street warrant article? How much was that one?
175?
It was 175 and 350, I believe. I can look it up if you need it right this minute.
Yeah, so 175 and 350,
Like
450. 525.
Yeah, 525, 550.
So I hope that the board understands that we all have things that we want or think that the town needs, and we might not align with each other. And we can't be disingenuous if we say that we're not supporting a budget, but we wanted an additional $525,000 for a project, or we want $4.2 or $4.5 million for a community center, or we want to spend $12 million to rebuild every road in town. So we have to make sure that we're consistent, that if we want to cut expenses, we want to cut expenses. If we want to only have a 2.7% increase in our budget, we can't spend another $17,000 and do all the roads and build a community center at the same time. We need to, 17 million, sorry. Yeah, we need to make sense. And I think we're getting better at making sense and starting to work with each other. And I see that as a good thing going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I forgot that I also attended a Friends of the Libby Museum session the other evening. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the press? Is there anything on there? Okay. Public input?
Dave, can I say something real quick?
Oh, wait a minute.
Can I say, I got a text and somebody asked what I meant. So maybe we didn't explain that out. So I just want to, real quick, that's inflow and infiltration in the sewer system. So that's cracks, that's breaks, that's anything that's allowing the groundwater to get into the pipe. So it's I&I's for short. So I kind of glossed over that explanation when we started. So I just wanted to circle back to that. That's it.
Okay. Okay, anybody from the public?
And it's quick. I watched the last meeting online. Topic came up of how to manage dock damage, who did what, was it damaged when, and the potential overhead or extra work that would cause. I happen to come from the imaging field, almost 30 years in the imaging field. So, here's a simple solution. I'm not saying it's great, but because a spy point camera is very inexpensive to buy, and its subscription for 24/7 coverage to the cloud is about $11 to $12 a month, if, and this is just an if, someone was designated or a team was designated that once a week during the non-frozen lake hours, somebody did a drive-by to see how the dock looks this week. Just a drive-by. Looks as it, and took a picture of it. Looks good, continue on. Get back, oh wait, go to the cloud, in the last week, something happened. End of story. Very simple, minimal overhead. I know it's a drive-by, but if somebody's going to that end of town, just come in and take a picture. Come back and it looks fine, or it doesn't, go to the cloud, you can find out what happened that week. Thank you.
That sounded like a drone.
I'm getting too old to stay up this late. Anyways, my name's Sebastian Tordonato. You all know me. Some comments. First on the docks. And I was there at the last meeting where you were wrestling the numbers, and I went home and I thought about it some more, and I said what wasn't mentioned is somebody's got a squealer in here. What wasn't mentioned is what are the qualifications of the drivers of these boats, and what is the insurance that they may be carrying? You guys really need to think about that. You should have some requirements on the people that are driving these boats, because they're taking people out. And if they come into our dock and the guy's not a good driver and the passenger is not a good passenger, decides to try to get out, gets their leg jammed between the boat and the dock, who's liable? Who has insurance? Who has the deep pockets? I'll tell you who has the deep pockets. It's the town of Wolfeboro. So you need to make sure that the people that are driving these boats are qualified, that they have some sort of a license, whether it be a commercial license, a captain's license, something, and that they should be carrying some form of commercial liability insurance. So that if somebody, one of their passengers gets hurt, we're not on the hook, they're on the hook. That's just a suggestion. I think you should think about it. Now, there's a lot covered tonight, so I'm, in the interest of brevity, I'm just going to talk about one other topic, and that is the pipe at under the dock. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of pieces of information, a lot of pieces of data. Before I get into that, I would like to thank John and Derek for doggedly pursuing this and not letting it slide. I think it's very important. The two things that the board always brings up is public safety and clean water. The situation that we have in Wolfeboro Bay with this pipe violates both. Obviously, if it's septage getting into there or some sort of contamination, you're dirtying up the water. And it's also, if it is septage, it's a problem, because as somebody brought up earlier, if someone, say me, who is immunocompromised, gets exposed to that kind of bacteria, and I get an infection, I'll be in the hospital dying. That's the way it works. I don't have much of an immune system. So it's extremely important to me. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed, and I'm a little disappointed that it seems to have taken so long to get it addressed. Now, Steve, I appreciate you saying that, you know, we're gonna take it all out, we're gonna do something, we're gonna fix it. I appreciate you saying that. Unfortunately, what I haven't heard anybody say, except for Paul, is that we need to find the source. Until you find the source, I'm not sure you can fix it. Okay, now, most of you don't really know my background, so I'll give you a little hint. I have 2 engineering degrees, and I made my living doing life assessment and failure analysis, and forensic failure analysis to be precise. So I know how to look at a problem, I know how to gather data, and I know how to solve a problem. And, you know, I liken that what's been happening here, and I get the full gamut of, well, we scoped the pipe, we've done this, we've done that. I liken that to having an infection, going to the hospital, and the doctor taking your temperature and saying, you have an infection. Well, what are we going to do about it? Well, I don't know what the infection is, I don't know where it started, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to keep taking your temperature. Well, that doesn't do anything to cure me of my infection. And it's the same thing that seems to be happening here. You know, you scope the pipe, you talk about bird poop, and you talk about porcupine, and whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is, until you isolate where the source is and what it is, you can't do anything about it. And not reasonably and expect success. So, another point I wanted to make, Brian, is that I've lived in various areas. I used to live in Virginia, horse country. I know what horse poop smells like. I used to live in Connecticut. I used to have friends that lived in Enfield, which is farm country that had dairy farms. I know what cow poop smells like. On Kingswood Golf Course, we have porcupines that eat, you know, live in the apple trees and eat the apples. I can't tell you what I know that what porcupine poop smells like, because it doesn't smell like anything. I used to do a lot of work in Delaware where they have a lot of chicken farms. I can tell you the smell of chicken poop is unmistakable. And I can tell you that when they come to pump my septic tank, I know what that smells like. And so when John and Derek tell me that it smelled like septage, I'm going to say, yeah, okay, I accept that. Now, where is that coming from? There's a couple of possibilities. Now, I don't have all the data. I haven't done an investigation myself, but from the pieces that I've heard, Dave, I think you said at one of these meetings you found a macerator pump. Did you find a bathroom?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, so there's a bathroom downstairs. You have a macerator pipe. You said you traced the outlet from the macerator pipe. Where did that go? I didn't quite follow that.
Into the town sewer.
It went to the sewer. You're
Correct.
sure it went to the sewer?
Yes.
Okay. So that leaves us, if that's actually going to the sewer, I have one of these. It's like a trash can. It's a macerator pipe.
I have one as well.
And what happened to that is, you know, when it fills up to a certain point, the floats come on, the pump comes up, grinds everything, and ejects it all out. What's been described as a gush of flow indicates that something is cycling on or off. So it's either the macerator pump, or it seems maybe, like Paul had said, it may be a sump pump. Now, the other possibility is that the macerator pump, sometimes the breaker trips off, so it doesn't work. And so what happens is the tank fills up. It never empties. Those things are not watertight. When it gets up to the top, it starts coming out the top.
We saw no leakage around any of the seals.
Well, you know what? Once somebody finds wet on the floor, they go trip the breaker, it comes on, ejects everything out. the floor dries out, or they take it, and you said there was other sump holes. Maybe they sweep it into the other sump holes. I don't know. But I honestly believe, based on the evidence, that it is some form of septage. Now, whether it's just effluent or whether it's the result of the grinder pump, I don't know. But there is a unique smell to septage, and you're not going to hide that.
I agree with you.
And so the other possibility is you've got a leak in your sewer line. It's leaking, it's getting into the sump holes, the sump pump comes on, ejects the stuff out into the drain line. So you've got to find where this is happening, because until you do, it's going to be a persistent problem. And, you know, capping the line, I guess it got capped so it doesn't go into the lake. It doesn't really solve the problem, because if it's a sewer leak or if it's a septage leak of some form, all that does is saturate the ground. Once the ground gets saturated enough, guess where it's going to leach into? It's going to leach back into the lake. And then it's going to be really hard to find. And what you end up doing is you end up throughout the summer saying, why do we have cyanobacteria blooms in Wolfeboro Bay?
Well, I think what we plan to do first thing in the spring, once it's thawed, is to dig from the building towards the lake. Because his TV camera also showed stoppage. And right next to that pipe, there's an 18-inch sonotube that was put in for the new decks. We think when they dug that, they crushed the pipe. So we're going to start there, and we're going to work towards the water.
Well, and you may
On
have
the
to
inside,
work the street too.
We can't dig there now, it's frozen. The pipe is frozen. We can't get any, if you will, drainage out of the pipe. So we got to wait till it thaws. Yes, there is another pump that comes out the side and goes in the ground. We can't dig it. It's frozen. We don't know where that goes or what it hooks to. There are 3 pumps in there. That's what we found, was 3. 2 pumps. Well,
There's,
in the maceration pump.
yes, can I speak?
You found a macerator pump.
There's a macerator pump connected into the sewer. There is a sump pump pit next to it with a pump in it that runs up, that runs right next to the macerator pump, and at the last minute dumps down and goes back out into the wall. That's the one that we pump down. We've tested the pit next to the macerator pump. We tested that water. And that's the one we got less than 1 on. So and I'm in agreement with Paul, so maybe I didn't articulate it very well on what it is our plan is. We need to disconnect everything that is known to it. That's step 1. That's what they're mandating us to do. Well, once everything that we know of is disconnected, then it allows us to say, okay, we still have something, and then we have an avenue to continue. Because if we still have things coming in everywhere, those need to go away, then we can investigate what is left. And to Dave's point, yes, our camera got up to that corner. That is where, if you are outside of that building, it does get wet at times because the pipe is capped. So nothing else has gone into the lake for the last, whenever we put the cap back on, I guess. So it was 2 months. So once that happens, and again, the stuff inside of that building needs to happen now. So, and that was my recommendation to go through to make sure that stuff gets done. And then we can still continue to focus on what is outside. But we are limited to freeze and, right.
And I guess the other thing I wanted to address is, Brian, you brought up a thing about where you got Hot Dog Bob says he never smells anything. Just like to point out that since this fall, the lake has been down. The pipe has been exposed. In the spring and during the summer, the lake is higher. That pipe might be underwater, which why you would minimize the odor. But when the lake is down, you smell it more. That is a possibility.
Yeah, it is a possibility. The lake was very, very low this year.
Yeah.
So we have and I've said it before, there's two different systems there. There's the old sewer system that's our stormwater drainage system, and there's our regular system that goes down the middle of the road. We have 50-year-old lines there. We could have just old 50-year-old leaking sewer lines, and we could have some infiltration
It could be leaking right into the drain line.
and it's just groundwater that has a smell to it because we have old lines underneath there. And we do need to find it. And I said that from the beginning, that we need to find it. And I said it could just be our old sewer system. And we need to do it. But that's a big project to find it.
My only problem with that, it's cyclic. It comes in, it's pressurized, it's cyclic. If it was just a leak in the sewer line and it was getting into the drain, it would just be a steady drip. Okay, but because it's cyclic, it comes out under pressure. That means there's a pump pushing it. Now, whether it's the macerator pump or the sump pump, I don't know which at this point. But, yeah, I think you should disconnect everything down there. You should disable the toilet and disable the sump pumps. And by the way, I know somebody who used to work in that building, and they said at one point that they had sewage all over the floor, and they were lucky enough to have to clean it up. So something has happened in the past where they've had sewage come up and all over the floor. Now, whether it was sewage from the sewage line or maybe it was the macerator pump didn't work and there was spilled sewage all over the place. But I know the people that used to work there, and one of them was lucky enough to have to clean up the floor of the basement because there was sewage all over it. So
The building next door had a sewer line break in the elevator equipment room. This was a few years ago. And it went down in the basement of the Latchaw building, the one on the furthest one out. So that one I knew about, and that was quite a few years ago when that was cleaned up. But the sewer line actually broke, the main sewer line.
yeah, well, this was the downtown grill, the basement of the downtown grill.
I don't know about that one. I do know about the other one.
So anyways, those are my comments, and I hope you fully address this and keep the lake clean. You mentioned I'm building a house and I'm interested in water quality. You bet your ass I'm interested in water quality, because that's my investment. That's what people don't understand, is that the homeowners that live on the lake want the lake as beautiful and as pristine as possible, because that protects my investment. I mean, I'd be an idiot to go mess up the lake after I build a house on it. Anyways, those are my only comments. Thank you for your time.
Carol McMahon. I just have to make a quick comment about something that seems absurd, that you're saying that ramp is falling apart and you don't have any money to fix it.
We have the money.
If we have $5 million in the bank.
No.
I mean, no, in the unreserved whatever.
Yeah.
But we have money that obviously there was no budget for this situation because you didn't know about it. So that money has to come from somewhere. So, I mean, it's absurd that something is falling apart and you're saying, well, we don't have any money for it. We have to wait till next year's budget is voted on. I mean, how absurd is that you don't have any, the town doesn't have access to emergency funds to fix things. I mean, how can that be? Nobody has answer? Where's that money coming from? That wasn't budgeted for, to tear up the road, the parking lot and find this, and you spend a lot of time and money you know, from his department. Where'd that money come from? I mean, it just seems absurd.
I feel bad talking this late at night. Bobby Budman, 3 things. One, when they give a permit, they do have to make sure there's a license and insurance. Just wanted to let you know that. 2, Paul, we have to care about the cracks in the sidewalks. Please vote yes on Article 9. Our sidewalks are pretty bad. And then the third thing, and honestly the reason I came is because a few weeks ago when you were originally talking about that tree, it was like a dagger to think that tree would have to come down. So then I went over and looked at the tree, and now I'm really worried that you guys are waiting to take it down if you go up and look at it. That's a pretty congested area up there where lots of people cross the street, they're standing around. Are we waiting till spring on that tree? Or, oh, so that is coming down sooner. Yeah, if you go up and look at it, it's a little scary. Anyway, thanks.
Marge Hart, I have a question about the Mill Street project. Obviously residential and commercial restaurants. 3 questions about it. Number 1 is, when will work start in the morning for that?
I can answer this. 7 o'clock.
Okay. The other thing is the smell. What is that going to be like?
I would like to say it's going to be minimal. There'll be bypass pumping the whole time, so it's not like there's going to be a big open pit. So it will be set up to bypass. You shouldn't get, I would like to tell you that you really shouldn't get any more smell than you might now.
I would like to hear that too.
So occasionally might you get something? Absolutely. I can't guarantee it won't be much, but it should be at a minimum.
Okay, and impact on Mill Street traffic?
Hopefully 0. We're going to try to do everything from inside that parking area and inside that off of the main run. You know, there's power lines there, there's other things. If for some reason, let's say, what I can envision is loading and unloading, maybe something big comes in on a trailer truck, it has to be unloaded, 1-lane traffic, be interrupted for 15 or 20 minutes type of thing, but it won't be shut down to 1-lane traffic for days on end and things like that.
Okay.
So it's like any other construction project. You know, we did it on Laner Street. There will be times when we'll have to do tie-ins or we'll have to load or unload. So we'll have to shut down a lane for safety, but it's not a full-time, all-time thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Suzanne Ryan, resident. Okay, what we heard tonight is no surprise. I've been coming here for almost 20 years, as long as the 2 of you, almost every night that you meet. It's no surprise about the capacity study. None whatsoever. However, how many times have I said we need to put money in a reserve account? And we haven't $175,000 this last year and a few years ago. That's chump change. We weren't addressing the issue, kicking the can down the road. I always wondered if it would come back at you when you're still in office. Well, guess what? It's here, folks. All right, so I was the only one that voted no, not to support the budget. In the whole town, of all the boards and the committees, I was the only one. I kept thinking, I gotta be wrong. I must have done something wrong. But I asked John when I saw him one day, I said, how come you voted for the budget? Because I know he's conservative. I don't know if I should say what you said for an answer, but I'm gonna anyway. You said I threw in the towel. Well, I congratulate you tonight for cleaning off that towel and coming out and saying you feel that you made a mistake. It's very hard for a public official to say they made a mistake. I know, because I've had to do it many a time. The reason I voted no, in part, was because it's not always the dollar amount, the bottom line. It's there's a lot of people in town, and you know, I talked to a lot of people in town, and they felt they just weren't getting the quality or the value for the money they were giving you. And I think that's coming to bear tonight. We're hearing that. So then I was looking up something about the docks in the master plan, and I came across sidewalks. It was suggested in the master plan that we build out a 25-year for repairing the sidewalks. And then it went on to say it further in the master plan, a 25-year infrastructure plan, not this warrant article to put something away for 5 years, or get permission to do things for 5 years, piece by piece. And now I'll say, hi, Linda, remember when you first became a selectman, and it was one of my first years on the budget committee, and we coined the phrase, fix first. And you were okay with that, fix first. Well, what the hell ever happened to fix first? I know what, it was that shiny object over here, and then that shiny object over there. And also, to prove that point, when we hired David Ford to become our engineer for sewer. And Linda, I don't know what the word I want. You asked me to support on the budget committee at that time. Would I support hiring David Ford to address sewer? Because we were there again, we were at that moratorium period. And I said, yeah, I would. But what we did, we took in Ford and we got rid of the road agent. Well, maybe we need a road agent again. But most of all, what we need, listening to you tonight, is an engineer. All of you, including you, Steve, you're not an engineer. That's beyond the abilities of your education. We need an engineer, and the money's in the budget. And if you have to increase what you pay an engineer, increase it.
Not in the budget.
Now, Ford, when he was here, he brought up the thing of I&I, and he was very involved in setting up a program for that. And out of that was a sub-pump program for discharging your cellar drainage water and stuff that comes off your gutter and so forth. And I remember he did some kind of a public awareness thing in a flyer or something to bring to the public's attention how damaging it was to disperse of your water like that. Well, that's gone away too, because now we got that other shiny object. And then well, I think I got all the items off my little checking account, my checking account slip. I think I made my point. Thank you.
Good evening, Seth McClellan from the Taylor community. It was more of a clarifying question with the capacity study, and you folks had talked about it and described that great for us, but is it the idea of this board to limit building permits that are directly tying into that imminently? I guess is the question. And I don't know if I missed that, or just to clarify a little, I guess.
I think that...
It's okay if not.
No, I think Steve said it would be taken up on each application that comes in.
Great.
And there is some, I think if you read the report, the first part of it, there is some leeway in that.
Sure.
The area we have to worry about is what do we do with the fluid afterwards?
Sure. Great.
We have to increase ponds, pumps, the area where we spray it. So I think each individual project, such as yours, would come in and it would be evaluated.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just have one quick comment, I have friends that live in New York, but they have a home here and they summer here. And I gave them copies of all the deliberative stuff because they thought, what the hell are you doing at a meeting for 5 hours? So I gave it all to them and they looked at it and they said, why are you having a warrant article to fix sidewalks? That should be in the budget. So that's just another comment.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Similar to what Suzanne said and what about the sidewalks. One of the things that I really object to when I go to the deliberative session or when I look at the budget is I look at that budget. The operating budget has become an overhead budget. You have nothing in there for maintaining, repairing, or doing anything. What you have in there is salary, benefits, outside services that you contract out. You have, trying to remember this, you have debt service. All of that takes 85% of the budget, of your operating budget, general fund, I should say. And the last 15% are technologies, miscellaneous supplies, utilities, leases, et cetera, et cetera. You have nothing in there for repairing roads, repairing sidewalks. You know, all your maintenance is now in warrant articles. And people look at that and what they say is like, okay, so the budget's growing every year. So we're doing so much more. But when they look at the actual budget, they look at the operating budget, what they see, what's growing is the government. The town government is growing. The administrative part of the government is growing. Everything that needed to be put into the budget as part of maintenance has been put aside into warrant articles. Police cruisers, road work, yearly maintenance on the wastewater treatment plant, the Libby, everything. Well, actually, there is no money for the Libby. It's the Clark House Museum. So it's all maintenance and repairs are in warrant articles. And what you're doing is you're growing the government, and that's what the objection is. It's not that nobody wants to fix the sidewalks or nobody wants to fix the roads. What they're objecting to is you're growing the administrative part of the town faster than you're growing the maintenance part of the town. And probably that's an exaggeration, but that's the part they see. We come in here and we say, okay, here's the operating budget, and it always looks good. It's always around 39 million. But what we see happening is maintenance is getting shoved over to someplace else. So what's happening is salaries, benefits, and debt service are growing, but maintenance is getting shoved off to the side and being part of the warrant articles. People see that, you know? I mean, some of us are a lot smarter than we look. That's all I got to say.
Okay, is there anybody else? Okay, I'll have a motion to go into non-public. Second? All those in favor? Aye. Do you have any stuff?